restrictions on what voting machines to buy, access to that equipment, and personnel to run that equipment are made mainly at the local level with parameters set by state election officials. There are all kinds of machines and systems used by election officials to run elections. There are tablets or printed lists of those registered voters who are eligible to vote and what races they're eligible to vote in. There are the machines used to record voters' votes, often producing a piece of paper, sometimes with a code, to count those voters' votes. And there are ballot scanners that scan the recorded ballots and tally up the votes. Recently released surveillance video that came to light as part of a lawsuit by people concerned with the security of election machinery in Georgia revealed that in Coffee County, technical experts hired by Trump lawyer and conspiracy theorist Sidney Powell got access to much of this voting machinery, and they were able to copy software information from the machines. Among the people in the room, according to a recent CNN report, was one of the fake Trump electors for Georgia. In response to these latest revelations, Georgia's Secretary of State's office is going to junk some of the equipment and replace it at a cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars. They say they're doing this to promote voter confidence in the election results. Unfortunately, it's not clear that replacing the equipment will do much to mitigate the security risk. The software for the entire state is out there in the wild, and replacing the equipment from which it is stolen does nothing. Marilyn Marks, executive director for the Coalition of Good Governments, an election security organization that has sued the state of Georgia, told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. It's insulting, she said, and it doesn't deal with the extreme risk. The Georgia breach is now the subject of a criminal investigation, part of a broader Fulton County, Georgia investigation into attempts to manipulate the 2020 election results. Similar breaches happened in Antrim County, Michigan, where copied election software information was unsuccessfully used in a lawsuit to try to overturn the 2020 presidential election results from Michigan. Trump and his supporters have made false claims of election hacking repeatedly based on the copied code in Antrim. And in Mesa County, Colorado, a former elections clerk named Tina Peters, who unsuccessfully ran for the Republican nomination for Secretary of State, is now under state felony indictment for illegally allowing access to her county's election machinery. The suspicion is that Peters shared the information with Mike Lindell of MyPillow fame, a person who has relentlessly spread false claims of a stolen 2020 election, and who has called for Donald Trump to be reinstalled as president now and for President Biden to be removed. Peters ran for the Republican nomination for Secretary of State of Colorado, aiming to be Colorado's chief election officer. She didn't win that primary, but other election deniers did win their primaries, and they could well win in next month's elections and be put in charge of running elections in parts of the United States in 2024. I've long written about what I've termed the weakest link theory of election administration. The idea is an election system in a highly decentralized system is only as strong as the weakest people working in that system. So in my 2012 book, The Voting Wars, I discuss how in a 2011 state Supreme Court race in Wisconsin, I'll keep making the Wisconsin references, the results of the election flipped when the chief election official in Waukesha County, Wisconsin, Kathy Nicholas, misreported the results in that race. She had kept the results on her personal laptop and realized the day after the election that she had forgotten to include her reported vote totals of 14,315 votes from the town of Brookfield. When those results were added in, they flipped the election from a Democrat winning the Secretary of State's race to a Republican. And in my 2020 book, Election Meltdown, I talk about Brenda Snipes, who in 2018 was running elections in Broward County, Florida. There was a close race between incumbent Bill Nelson and challenger then Governor Rick Scott. This was for the U.S. Senate seat. The race came down to a recount, but Broward couldn't get its recount results submitted to the state in time because someone in her office did not know how to use the website to submit the election results to the state. And that was just the beginning of the problems that came to light. The totals in the recount were considered so untrustworthy that the Broward County Election Board decided to go with their original totals rather than the recounted totals of the votes. In both of my earlier books, I pointed to a computer science maxim known as Hanlon's razor. The idea is don't attribute to malice that which can be explained by incompetence. Nicholas was accused by Democrats of being a Republican hack because she had a Republican background, that she was trying to manipulate the results for Republicans. Snipes was a Democrat, and Republicans, including Trump, accused her of manipulating the results to favor Bill Nelson, the Democrat. Trump said, quote, if you look at this person, in this case a woman involved, she has a horrible history. I mean, if you look at what they've done, you look at the dishonesty, look, there are bad things going on in Broward County, really bad things. There was no evidence that either Nicholas nor Snipes were deliberately manipulating election results. They were just in over their heads. But my earlier point about the weakest link theory was that even when all that's going on is incompetence, people who are on the other side of the political aisle will suspect election officials are engaging in deliberate malfeasance in highly polarized times. And that can cause distrust among some voters about the entire system, no matter that 99% of election workers and officials are doing the right thing. But what started in 2020 represents a sea change for the worse. Coffee County, Antrim County, Mesa County, these are not election officials who are incompetent. These are election officials engaged in actual malfeasance. And it's not just them. Thousands of poll workers are being recruited today by Steve Bannon and others who have been primed to believe that election fraud is rampant. Poll workers have been trained in Michigan to report purported problems, not up the chain of command to those election officials who are in charge, but instead directly to the state Republican Party. Even if most election workers in most states, in most counties do the right thing, the system can collapse when the weakest links fail. The leak of voting machine software poses risks everywhere in the country that these machines are being used. Messing up voting at polling places in one part of a state can be enough to call an entire state's election results into question in a close race. Again, even if most people are doing the right thing, but in enough pockets they are not, these weakest links can bring down the whole chain. And that chain is what keeps our election results accurate and public confidence in the accuracy and fairness of our results solid. Our hyper-decentralized election system, now mixed with malfeasance, creates conditions in which election results can be sabotaged much more easily than under a centralized system with uniform machinery, security, procedures, and rules. All right, second, on to contagion. One of the supposed great virtues of a hyper-decentralized system of election administration in the U.S. is that a problem in one state does not undermine the entire election system, right? The containment idea. Walter Olson, writing at the Cato at Liberty blog in December of 2020, as Trump continued to contest the 2020 election results, argued that decentralization, quote, is a source of deep resilience. Part of this is practical. With dozens of voting systems in use, if a newly introduced machine is overly subject to breakdown, at least it isn't causing havoc everywhere at once. If some states adopt a bad or inefficient practice, they can profit from the examples of states like Florida that have implemented more efficient methods after their own costly experience. Far more important, it prevents a power from being decentralized that would be dangerously tempting to demagogues and authoritarians, he said. We are so lucky that elections have never been federalized. No one in Washington can give orders to fire local election board officials. Olson also quoted economist Steve Landsberg, who wrote in a Wall Street Journal op-ed that, quote, a future presidential election in which the incumbent refuses to concede and enlists the full power of the federal government to overturn the apparent democratic outcome. Now imagine that the election in question is actually run by a federal agency or some nationwide quasi-governmental authority charged with collecting and aggregating results in all 50 states. I don't know about you, he said, but I might worry a little bit about the pressure that could be brought to bear on that single authority. Recent events, however, demonstrate that election subversion risks are not mitigated, and in fact, today I believe they're magnified by our hyper-polarized election system. So, meet the members of America First Secretary of State Coalition, comprised of 4 Secretary of State candidates: Arizona's Mark Fincham, Michigan's Christina Caramo, Nevada's Jim Marchant, and New Mexico's Audrey Trujillo. According to September 2022 Associated Press report, these 4 candidates, who are election deniers, claiming falsely that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump, they have their own election subverting platforms. Quote, eliminating voting machines, mailed ballots, and early voting are among their goals, according to the AP. The coalition also supports hand counting of all ballots and a single day of voting for all Americans, with few exceptions. Many of their ideas are based on unfounded claims that voting machines are being manipulated. So today, the threat of election subversion and election denialism is not confined to one state's borders. Indeed, many people have both a financial and a political incentive to spread false claims of a stolen 2020 election and to put into office cadres of people who either believe the election was stolen or, almost as good, are willing to say that they believe that the 2020 election was stolen. Think, for example, of Mike Lindell's conferences around the country perpetuating the lie of a stolen election, or the actions of True the Voter, other so-called voter integrity organizations, which rally around false or exaggerated claims of fraud, putting poll workers and poll watchers into place with heavy concentrations of minority voters. These groups, in fact, are doing the opposite of promoting election integrity. Some people have gotten very rich off election lies. In addition to personal enrichment, the claims of a stolen election can serve political goals, from delegitimizing a Democratic candidate's victories as the product of fraud and destabilizing the system to more nefarious goals, creating the conditions for actual election subversion that would change election losers into election winners. But the biggest problem is the insider threat, when the people running our elections believe or say they believe the election lies. So let's imagine back in 2020 that Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State of Georgia, had less fortitude and a weaker moral compass. Raffensperger declares that because of certain vaguely described irregularities, he could not consider the close vote count in Georgia for president to be an accurate one. He calls upon the Georgia legislature to convene and choose an alternative slate of electors, which they do for Trump. Such a move, if successful, alone would not have changed a Biden victory into a Trump victory. It would have moved Biden from 306 to 232 to 290 to 248 in the Electoral College. But then the pressure on Republican legislatures in other states would have been enormous to make up that now 42 vote difference. Arizona's 11 plus Pennsylvania's 20. Plus Wisconsin's 10 would have made it a one-vote margin. Nebraska splits its electoral college votes, so you could just flip one there to kick it to the House of Representatives. If not Nebraska, then maybe Michigan, which also had a Republican legislature whose voters voted for Biden. In an era of election denialism and rampant false claims and conspiracy theories about elections, we can no longer count on the state-by-state or county-by-county system as a bulwark against contagion. Especially now, as we see infiltration of election denialists as poll workers, it's easy to imagine that in a future election some ginned-up controversy, perhaps driven by a poll worker who lacks understanding of actual election procedures, believing that that is fraud, takes that claim and it gets seized upon by those, again, with political and financial incentives to try to not just call into doubt the election, but to flip the election itself. Rampant conspiracism that we have today leads to contagion, not containment. Beyond the weakest link problem and the contagion risk is the inherently political nature of state and local election administration in the United States. Decentralization and politicization are a dangerous combination. And here I think Rebecca and I will have something to talk about later on, because she takes the opposite view. Most states have a chief election officer who is a party official or candidate. Wisconsin, whose bipartisan election administration was held up by University of Wisconsin's dean and my friend and casebook co-author Dan Takaji as the model, America's top model, of election administration in the United States, was dismantled by the Republican state legislature based on a claim that what I think it's a false claim, that it was too partisan in helping Democrats. It was replaced by a new board. And in 2020, that board was attacked for doing things like, heaven forbid, authorizing the return of absentee ballots by drop boxes in the midst of a once-in-a-century pandemic that made congregating inside especially dangerous. On the state and local level, many election officials are involved in party politics. Almost 2 decades after liberals excoriated Florida Secretary of State Katherine Harris for serving as chair of George Bush's presidential campaign in Florida, in the moments before Bush versus Gore, California's then Secretary of State and current California Senator Alex Padilla endorsed Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders in the 2016 presidential primary and regularly endorsed candidates for office and ballot propositions, despite being the person who certified the winners in those contests. Now, being political doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to act in bad faith in administering elections. Many partisan election officials, indeed most, take their oaths seriously and do their jobs fairly. But there is an inherent conflict of interest when election officers have their allegiance to political parties and not only to the integrity of the electoral process. And in our current risky moment of election denialism, political forces may be too great to resist. Consider then the Michigan State Canvassing Board, a body which essentially serves as a rubber stamp to verify election results in the state and to perform other functions. The board is made up of 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. During the 2020 election, there was pressure on the Republican board members not to certify a Joe Biden win, despite Biden beating Trump by over 150,000 votes. One Republican member of the Michigan board abstained, and the other voted to accept Biden's victory. Biden's electors were submitted by the state of Michigan and ultimately counted by Congress. But that member who accepted the results, Aaron Van Landerveld, that member who had a legal duty to report the election results accurately, he was quickly booted from his position by party members who voted him out of that position. Just this year, 2 new Republicans on the board, citing a technicality in spacing, word spacing, on initiative petitions, blocked the appearance of an abortion rights measure on the 2022 Michigan general election ballot. It took an order of mandamus from the state Supreme Court to the canvassers to restore that measure to the ballot. Positions like county and state canvassing board members are political positions, and they're controlled by state and local party officials and activists. In the current Republican Party, many of these officials and activists believe, or say they believe, that the last election was stolen. These are the party stalwarts who are most likely not to be open to reason about the last election. And they're going to be the ones who are going to insist on litmus tests about who is running for state or local office to be election officials or to serve on county or state boards. There's simply no constituency today within the base of today's Republican Party to push back against the claims of a stolen election. Indeed, almost all of the Republican members of the House who voted in favor of the impeachment of Trump, second impeachment, based on actions connected to attempts to subvert the 2020 election, either have retired or have been defeated in Republican primaries. Radicalization of local Republican Party activists drives into election-related positions those who follow the party line on election denialism. The current political moment exacerbates the dangers. So what do we do about this threat? This triple threat of weak links, contagion, and politicization of state and local election administration. If I could wave my magic wand, I would nationalize elections for president and Congress and use national nonpartisan election administration body to run elections. Among other things, doing so would minimize the risk of election subversion in the United States by transferring power to an independent nonpartisan body, much like the Federal Reserve. As I'll explain in a minute, that's not going to happen anytime soon in the United States. But before turning there, let me talk about how, if there were the political will, this would be a completely doable and worthwhile change. How do I know? Because just about every other advanced democracy in the world, including Australia, Canada, and Great Britain, uses a system of national nonpartisan election administration. Those running elections have certain powers that insulate them from political interference, much like the Federal Reserve Board. There are a few examples in the United States of such bodies, but they can be made to work. A truly independent body would not run the risks that Walter Olson or Steve Landsberg alluded to, of an incumbent president or presidential challenger being able to use the power of the federal government to pressure election officials to subvert election results. The uniformity of the rules and machinery, coupled by top-down security and management, will go a long way towards minimizing the risk of sabotage. The idea of letting 1,000 flowers bloom works in many contexts, but not where security and uniformity are virtues and are true bulwarks against manipulation. One question would be about how to select the leader of the independent national agency. I've long proposed that the president have the power to nominate the head of this national nonpartisan agency, subject to confirmation votes by supermajorities in both houses of Congress. Given current polarization, we might have to think about new mechanisms to get around partisan refusal to approve any candidate. For example, we might allow the election czar to serve after a particular period of time if the opposing party does not put up the nominee for a vote, or create a system where if the opposing party votes down two candidates in a row, then the matter falls to a supermajority of the Supreme Court to appoint a temporary czar. There are ways to get around even our polarization on choosing an election czar. If we were having a rational conversation in normal political times, we could in theory talk about the details of selection and the powers of the National Election Administrator and how to best both insulate that administrator from political pressure while still assuring that there's enough oversight if the election administrator herself commits acts of malfeasance or incompetence. But that discussion's not worth having today because we're so far away from National Election Administration. It's a complete political non-starter. After the 2000 election, Democrats and Republicans came together, passed the Help America Vote Act, in part to replace aging equipment, and among provisions of that act was the creation of a mostly toothless agency, which probably no one who's not an election law expert in this room has ever heard of. It's called the United States Election Assistance Commission. How many non-election law people in the room have heard of that? Okay, for those on Zoom, there's not a hand that went up, not one. 2 Democratic commissioners, 2 Republican commissioners, has very little power other than certifying election machinery as trustworthy and giving out grants for replacing voting equipment and coming up with best practices. Despite its toothlessness, Republicans in the House for years have tried to shut it down, and they're not alone. The National Association of Secretaries of State, made up of Republicans and Democrats, has consistently opposed the existence of the EAC, claiming it's an infringement on their rights to administer elections. So even today, if we were starting the United States anew, we might well follow other countries in setting up national nonpartisan election administration. Even if we were starting again, the entrenched interests and our history, along with Republican opposition ideologically to more federal power to administer elections, dooms any proposal in the short term for such a change. That means we need to move to second-best solutions, solutions that don't get us to national nonpartisan election administration, but minimize those risks of weak links, contagion, and politicization. So what does that look like? First, on weak links. One of the things that HAVA did was centralize state voter registration databases. Sounds about the unsexiest thing possible, rather than leaving the issue on the local level. But experience has shown that this was a great success. Shifting power to states from localities improved the process of election administration. Our election rolls are cleaner than they were before, and now states cooperate with each other through an organization called ERIC, and they remove duplicate voter registrations across states. So if we can't nationalize, we can at least stateize. State power over local power. Centralization within states can help. Having all counties use the same voting machines, for example, can provide state standards about who can access those machines and can make the insider threat harder to do. But of course not impossible if the insider threat is the Secretary of State. I told you I would mention Arizona. Along with centralization of election machinery and processes, we need improved transparency. One of the reasons that Brenda Snipes' incompetence in running Broward County, Florida's elections came to light was that Florida had good rules for promoting transparency, public access to the vote tabulation process. The more sunshine, the less discretion in the hands of local election officials, the better. And because it's often hard to tell incompetence from malfeasance, better funding for election administration on the state and local level is essential. During the 2020 election, in the middle of the pandemic, election advocates begged Congress to provide more funding for local election administration, given the seriously increased costs of running a safe and fair election during COVID. Congress, of course, did not step up and provide the money. Who did? Mark Zuckerberg. The Mark Zuckerberg and Patricia Chan initiative came up with hundreds of millions of dollars in charity to help the 2020 elections run so smoothly. And because no good deed goes unpunished, Republicans attacked now this funding as so-called Zuckerbucks. Now you can see Representative Boebert, I don't know if you can see it on there, and the Zuckerbucks, making false claims that the money was directed and intended only to help Democratic areas weather the COVID election. Some Republican states have since banned private donations to help elections run fairly, a defensible position only if the government's going to provide adequate funding for elections, which is my first choice too. Without adequate funding, the risk of poor elections and the accompanying growth of conspiracy theories will be ever present. Second, on contagion. This is a much harder problem to combat, and the contagion problem flows from changes in our information environment, and particularly the rise of election disinformation spread across social media, cable news, and elsewhere. It's much easier today than it was in the past to spread false claims of stolen elections and to undermine election integrity. In my book, Cheap Speech, I offer a number of proposals to try to give voters the tools to reject election-related disinformation. Some of these tools are legal changes, such as a law that bans lying about when, where, and how people vote. These laws have to be carefully crafted, given the real First Amendment concerns and a commitment to both fair elections and free speech. Other proposals are not about legal change, but instead about social change, such as finding ways to bolster the power of trusted intermediaries, like the local press, to give voters the tools they need to figure out who is telling them the truth. Another proposal would elevate the role of election administrators so that voters can know who is providing them with official information. This is a large topic for another day. It's knotty with no quick or easy solution. Finally, on politicization. To the extent possible, we need change to remove conflicts of interest. Election officials should not be able to endorse candidates while serving at the same time on political parties committees. Discretion should be taken away from political actors, like canvassing boards, that don't do anything to check the actual accuracy of the votes. And there should be an easier path for voters to go to federal and state court to ensure that election results actually reflect the will of the voters. There is, with all of these second-best solutions, what my friend and Yale law dean Heather Gerken calls the here-to-there problem. It's far easier to conjure up solutions to election problems than to figure out the path for getting reform done. So in the end, the problem we face is that we have some actors not acting in good faith in describing our election system and the risk of manipulation. These lies about elections increase the risk of actual manipulation. It's a paradigmatically Orwellian problem that some of the people yelling the loudest about election integrity are the ones most undermining it. Ultimately, it may take a social movement to save our democracy. The 2020 election season showed that our problems go much deeper than one person, and we can no longer take the existence of free and fair elections for granted. Change won't be easy, but I'm confident that a big part of the problem lays in our federalized, hyper-decentralized, politicized election system. Our immediate task must be to ameliorate some of the greatest dangers of that system, given that we can't eliminate the system entirely. We must do better. Our democracy in 2024 and beyond depends on it. Thanks very much. Sure.
Thank you, Rick. It's extremely thought-provoking and really appreciate your commentary. And I know we're going to have some pushback from the audience about centralization, I suspect, especially on the comparative angle, having just spent some time in Mexico and know a little bit about the kinds of political pressures that can be brought to bear on a centralized electoral authority, as you well know, by a president who is very focused on doing so. So I want to ask sort of perhaps because I'm a law professor, I love living in the worlds of hypotheticals. I'm a social scientist, so I like to think about counterfactuals. The one counterfactual I've been fascinated by, and since you started with a discussion of January 6th, I hope you don't mind my asking you a counterfactual about that day. And that is, what would have happened or could have happened, and in your opinion, based upon your obviously careful study of the event, what could have happened if the Secret Service had not kept the president from going to Capitol Hill? And what do you think would have unfolded at that time? I think we do need to think about that. Perhaps it's, again, in the world of counterfactuals, but we came very close to this happening, and it certainly could happen again. So I wondered if you might just start with that counterfactual, and then I want to turn to the issues that you raise, and then we'll open it to the audience as well. I think there's probably, I don't know, Carol, is there a roving? Perfect. Okay, great. Good. Okay.
So I don't have a good sense of what would have happened other than that there would have been violence still. And the president's not going anywhere without a Secret Service contingent. And with a lack of coordination between the Secret Service and the local police, and Trump trying to charge into the building, if that's what ends up happening, he might have made an easier path. And then it might have been easier to assassinate political leaders. I mean, I wrote at the beginning of Cheap Speech that, I think we came extremely close to a full-blown constitutional and political crisis. If you imagine the terrible scenario where Vice President Pence is assassinated or Nancy Pelosi is assassinated. Trump declares martial law. Congress does not convene. They close the Capitol. Congress doesn't convene to count the Electoral College votes. And Trump tries to take extraordinary powers, martial law, whatever he's going to call it. And what happens after that, I think it's impossible to know. But I think we were extremely lucky. I don't think of January 6th as a lucky day, but we're extremely lucky that it was not much worse than it was in terms of the violence, because just a little more violence could have upended our order. And I mean, I think that shows how fragile our system is that we could say that. I think back to when George W. Bush handed power to Barack Obama, 2008. Conservative Republican, liberal Democrat. Nobody asked, would Bush leave office? Would Bush come to the inauguration? It was this celebration. I'd written a blog post that day saying we shouldn't take a peaceful transition of power for granted. But of course, everybody did. And now we can't. And I think when I wrote my most recent book, Cheap Speech, I had a draft done before January 6th. It was done in November and December, predicting that we were moving towards violence. And I had to rewrite the book because the violence had come. I mean, people who study comparative politics and see declines of democracy around the world see that the United States is in a precarious position.
Yes, and I think most recent Bulwark podcast, actually, I was listening to, focuses on the Civil War that people discuss now very, very actively on Twitter. And so I think we do, and on other social media platforms. Well, let me turn then to the issue of contagion that you mentioned, which I think one of the things that you posted on Twitter just, I think this morning or yesterday, was a story about Gwinnett County in Georgia, where they're being inundated by challenges to voter registration rolls. And that strikes me as sort of part of perhaps a larger coordinated effort to take advantage of state laws that allow for these kind of challenges to be made. And do you see that sort of as a sort of a piece of a much larger trend toward perhaps leveraging existing state laws and other local laws to undermine perceptions of integrity in the election process?
Sure. Now, there've been attempts to challenge voters for a long time. Lots of those attempts to challenge voters didn't materialize. Some older election law scholars may remember in 2004, there was a claim that there were going to be 35,000 challengers in Ohio polling places, and this was going to disrupt the polls. And Justice Stevens refused to issue an order in the middle of the night before Election Day. And so they could go forward, and then the challengers didn't show up. But I think things are different now, in part because of social media. People are not just hyped up, but they're able to organize. It's very inexpensive to find people around the country who believe what you believe. And it's not just about election challenges, challenging voters. One of the things we're seeing around the country, and we've had a number of stories on Election Law Blog about this as well, is the FOIA-ing of election offices, requesting papers, requesting checks of documents. There's a federal law that says that ballot materials from a federal election need to be kept for 22 months. And so we're not that far off from throwing out the 2020 stuff, or at least able to. And now there are all these attempts to get those done. Election officials who are in their busy season running elections are responding to all these things. And it is definitely a coordinated effort. It's happening around the country. So there are ways to disrupt. Steve Bannon, his goal is 85,000 poll workers across the United States who subscribe to the claim that the last election was stolen, who are going to be on the lookout, and many of them are going to places with heavy concentrations of minority voters. I think there's a lot of ways of gumming up the works. And to get back to the theme of the conference and my talk, part of the reason this is happening is because of this decentralized nature of the system and the fact that there are different rules in different places and different vulnerabilities in different places to go after.
Well, let's talk a little bit about other bulwarks. So your argument, of course, is that federalism is no bulwark. We're hosting a conversation here at the center in November about whether courts can be bulwarks for democracy. And one thing I'd love to hear you comment on and reflect upon is, what do you think about how the judiciary performed in 2020? And is the judiciary poised to provide sort of that kind of bulwark? Seems to me that, all the news we heard about all the 62 or out of 63 cases that went against Donald Trump did not make a dent in the election denier narrative. So I'd like to hear what you think about that.
So first on the dent in the elections denier narrative, I think that's a somewhat separate point whether the courts did a good job and helped us.
Agreed.
So on the question of what truth would matter to, say, the 20 or 30% of the country that believes the claims of the stolen election, I don't think there's any truth that would make a difference. So when I wrote Election Meltdown, looking ahead to the 2020 elections, I said, the one thing that will save us is if we have a really clean and competent election. And then COVID hit, and I thought, this is going to be hard. And I think we had one of the best run elections nationally, in part because everybody was watching, and there was a lot of attention paid to doing things right. But that didn't matter at all. Donald Trump still made his claims, which were echoed. One of the slides I had there, I don't think I gave the statistic when I spoke. Trump was able to go to social media between November 3rd and November 23rd 400 times to make false claims about the election being stolen. And each one of these is amplified millions of times, right? Or reaches millions of followers and then gets amplified. Truth doesn't matter in that context. So for that group of people, I don't think any, the court's saying this, I don't think any of that matters. There's a great report that Senator Danforth, Ben Ginsburg, a bunch of other conservative luminaries put out called Lost Not Stolen, that debunks all of the claims. It's out there, it's definitive, and it's not making a dent among that cohort. I think thinking about election subversion more generally, we have to be thinking about the center and how do we preserve confidence in a fair process in the center. And I should say that when elections deniers start taking office, if your Secretary of State in 2024 in Arizona is going to be an election denier, and let's say he runs the election totally fairly and does everything right, and let's say it's Trump versus Biden too, and Trump wins, you think Democrats are going to believe that? No way. And there's going to be a new crisis of lack of confidence on the Democratic side. It's going to mirror this. But now back, so we've got a communication problem that's not tied to the fact. Now, the courts did serve as a bulwark, much like Brad Raffensperger or the Republican legislative leaders in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania who refused to, and Arizona who refused to, Rusty Bowers, people who refused to go along. A lot of those people will be gone. The courts performed well in rejecting these claims. I don't think they were very good on voting rights before COVID. I had a lot of criticism of, for example, how the Supreme Court handled cases. But when it came to, you come to court with nothing but a fake claim of a stolen election, you're not getting anywhere. What I'm concerned about is that, and this is a tangential topic, but that if the Supreme Court in the Moore versus Harper case, which is being argued this term, comes up with any credence to this independent state legislature theory, it could provide a kind of political hook for doing things to try to manipulate election results. So for example, even if the court doesn't say, because I don't think federal law would allow it, that you could pick an alternative slate of electors, and Congress might even pass a law, which I'm hoping they will, saying you can't do that, a state legislature could say, we're going to do it anyway. Kevin McCarthy could be Speaker of the House and say, we're accepting them anyway, and then the courts could decide we're staying out. It's a political question. I don't know that the courts will serve as the bulwark. And, we've had 4 more years of this wearing down of the social fabric. And so, how courts act pragmatically, it's very hard to say. I was very pleased with the performance of the courts, but I don't know that continues.
Interesting. Well, there may be some questions. I have more, but questions from the audience?
Hi there, Kevin.
It doesn't do anything, so just
Terrific.
scream.
Hi there, Kevin Kosar, American Enterprise Institute. Great presentation. Love reading your stuff. The other day I heard an idea, and it was a small idea, but it struck me as an interesting one. And I wonder if you've heard this before. The idea of treating poll watching as akin to jury duty. Namely, people would be drawn by lot and called to perform as poll watchers. And the idea being, number one, you take away the ability of the parties to game this and weaponize this. But number two, you also take individuals and you put them in a situation where they learn election administration firsthand and are probably going to come away a lot less susceptible to the sort of fantasies that get spread on social media. Small incremental change, but I'm just curious what you thought about that sort of thing.
I guess I'm a glass half empty person, and I would worry that people who are not trained, who would be brought in and would see things and they wouldn't understand exactly what was happening, would like buy into, and left or right, would buy into conspiracy theories and think that elections are being manipulated. If it came with a lot of education about how the election works, then I think that would be great. But, you know, I know how many people try and get out of jury duty. I don't know how many people would do this. I do think, and Rebecca Green has written about the importance of bipartisan poll watching, and I think what's really important is that there are representatives from Democrats, Republicans, and from other minor parties if they want, outside groups, that the process is transparent enough and that there are people on both sides who can be there to vouch for the system. And so, you know, I think it was Rhonda McDaniel today was complaining that there are more Democratic poll workers than Republican poll workers. Let her get more Republican poll workers. More the merrier. I think it's great. People should work at polls. But they've got to, like, follow the chain of command. You can't have the Michigan Republican Party telling them, don't report a problem to your supervisor, report it to the parties, because that's just a recipe for disaster at the polls. I worry about poorly trained people being put in that environment.
It doesn't work at all.
I think you still need it, though, but it helps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Larry Garber from Washington. First, just a comment. I mean, I think we do need to distinguish between poll watchers and poll administrators. And I'm not sure which one you were referring to, but I think the argument for drawing a lot might be more applicable, you know, to poll administrators and then training them and doing all the things that they would need, while I think transparency requires that the poll watchers be designated by the respective political actors, or they'll always have distrust. I was intrigued, Rick, by your comments about the Federal Reserve Board, which sounded great and you know, does model itself after some of the election commissions overseas. But the Federal Reserve Board, you know, works in a sense because it's this incredibly elite, you know, organization, highly technocratic, you know, and has worked. Whereas, as you said in your presentation, I mean, the elections require a staff of, you know, 50,000, 100,000 people that you would be, in a sense, nationalizing, you know, to conduct elections. So, question one is just, you know, even in your, you know, 30-year horizon, do you think that's possible to create that type of national body that would be responsible for administering elections? And how would you deal with the federalism issue that is, you know, underlines this conference, which is that not all states are running the same types of elections? You know, so some states, you know, have excessive, you know, referendums and, you know, things like that. Some states, you know, elect certain officials that other states don't elect. And then the third question is just on the courts. And again, the courts have become also quite, you know, polarized, or at least, you know, people are viewing them as quite polarized at the federal level, but also at the state level. And again, just, you know, any comments on, you know, what we need to do in terms of, you know, addressing that problem of both people's confidence in the courts and the fact that they're being perceived as, you know, partisan actors as opposed to neutral arbiters.
Those are three great questions. Let's see if I can remember all of them. I'll start with the middle one because that's the one that most on my mind. I'll start with the how would we get there, and we built the TSA. I'm not saying we should have built the TSA, but there's, you know, thousands of people, new federal agency. We built other federal agencies. Some have proposed using postal workers as election workers. There are ways that it can happen, and we know that other countries are able to run their elections nationally. Now, maybe this feeds into the second question. We could just have this system where all you're electing on the national election day is the president, senator, and Congress. That would make it a lot easier, make vote counting go a lot faster. And then, you know, that's one possible way to do it. I've been reading a lot of Franita Tolson's work on the power of Congress. I'm really convinced that we've all gotten it wrong. that the Constitution, in the Elections Clause, so Article 1, Section 4, that lets Congress alter any state rules related to federal elections, as well as the enforcement powers in the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the 19th Amendment, the 24th Amendment, and the 26th Amendment. Put them all together, Congress has a lot of power to essentially do a full takeover of federal elections. I don't think there's a constitutional limitation to that. It's a political problem. That's why I don't think it's going to happen. Ted Cruz, the sole senator on the Senate Rules Committee that was looking at this bill that would try to fix the Electoral Count Act, he was the sole dissenter in the committee. It was 14-1. He said this bill federalizes elections. And it does no such thing. But you listen to his talking points, and then he starts talking about the For the People Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, things that you could argue actually do nationalize elections in some way. But the rhetoric is, so I think we could do it legally, but not politically. And then, in terms of the courts, what is it that Churchill said about democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others? It's like, why does this new Electoral Count Act bill say if the governor of the state goes rogue and sends in a fake certificate, that you go to federal court? Because, what actor do you have a better shot of being fair with, even if they're not perfect? And I would hope that judges would show the courage as they showed before. That's a lot easier to do when you don't have contested facts. So you think back, now we're more than 20 years past Bush versus Gore, and it's very easy to see why Republicans viewed the facts through one lens and Democrats through the other. In 2020, there really were no facts on the Trump side about election irregularities. There was nothing there. So there was, but if it's really contested and it's really close and there are arguments on both sides, then I do think the justices are likely to, and the judges are likely to fall into their, not unconsciously, but to fall into their patterns. But courts are better. I'd rather have courts decide if, Doug Mastriano sends in a certificate for someone who's not who the people of Pennsylvania voted for. I'd rather federal courts decide that than Kevin McCarthy. So, are there less political actors than the courts that we could rely on? It's hard to know who those would be.
No.
We just, for the Zoom, yeah.
So like everyone else, begin by saying that was a terrific, absolutely terrific presentation. Chilling but terrific, or terrific but chilling. I'm not sure which way I should do the sequence. And I think I also have, like everyone else, a three-part comment/question. So one on
It wouldn't be a conference.
Right, exactly. And although it won't be exactly the same as everybody else's, so that would be too much like a faculty meeting. So on the first one, in terms of any kind of national body, actually don't doubt the federalism problem. I don't doubt that federalism would not be a problem, or it could be overcome. I'm actually more concerned about the unitary executive and what a body would look like. Is it, given where the Supreme Court's been going on that, on its doubtfulness about the limits on the president's power to remove. So I'm a little curious, and/or you mentioned the Election Assistance Commission. There's also, of course, the Federal Elections Commission. So I would be concerned they would either have a multi-member body which would deadlock, as either the EAC or the FEC, or wouldn't get filled, and where you have commissioners who are hanging on 20 years past their expiration date, or their term's expiration. They haven't expired. Or if you tried to have a powerful administrator like an elections Canada, it might not be possible. I haven't thought about it very much myself, but I would ask you to think about it as you go forward. I don't know if you have an answer now. Just as you continue to work on this, as to whether or not you could have a single administrator under emergingly dominant Supreme Court theory about the executive. A federal administrator who would be truly independent of the president. Given where the Supreme Court's going, I'm skeptical, but I haven't given enough thought to it. The second thought, of course, is at the statization. Unfortunately, what we're currently seeing, of course, is statization, politicization, with, of course, power being moved from what there is of bipartisan or semi-independent canvassing boards and others into the state legislature, as just happened in Georgia and is being proposed elsewhere. So I agree with you that more state would have many benefits, but I think using the Heather Gherkin getting from here to there, we're not going there, or at least the current direction is not there. And the final one does connect with the the discussion before, which of the unfortunate merging of poll workers and poll watchers, who are two wildly different sets of people. And this does, maybe the one thing that will be a criticism on you is when talking about greater transparency. I think what we're seeing now is the weaponization of poll watchers and the passage of laws in places like Texas and elsewhere, which are designed to make, in the name of transparency, giving poll watchers, who need not be appointed by their parties, the ability to basically stall or freeze the entire process by the insistent demands. I want to see this, I want to see that, I want to watch this, I want to watch that, coupled with SB 8 equivalents of giving, in effect, vigilante rights to poll watchers, being able to sue local election administrators for not allowing them to watch every single step of the way. So although this is one of those situations where I think transparency, in theory, keeps everybody honest and also builds trust, we are in danger of transparency and being used as yet another weapon to undermine and really just, undermine, I think, the ability of the election system to function.
Well, you're really bumming me out, Richard.
No, I'm more pessimistic than you are, so that's not unusual either.
So let me start with the third point. Just say, again, third time, Rebecca Green has written the article on too much transparency, and it has to be the right amount of transparency. But there are lots of places where there's not even a basic level of transparency. But yes, the rules have to be balanced, and one of the things I called for, I have a piece on election subversion in the Harvard Law Review Forum, and say one of the big things that Congress hasn't done is provide more protection for election workers and election officials who are under threat. We're talking about attrition rates of 25% in some places of election workers, really dangerous. So I agree with you on that. On the unitary executive point, I have an easy answer to that. I don't think we can have national nonpartisan election administration in the United States without a constitutional amendment. Okay. And it would create essentially an independent branch.
I agree with you on that.
Now, how to do that? I would say, I certainly would think it would be worse to have an election administrator that's under the power of the president, or that would be worse. No doubt. Then, so it has to be independent. I remember in 2004, I took a family vacation / fact-finding trip to Australia and met with the head administrator of the Australian Election Commission. And they have a 3-person board. One of them is the government statistician. It's a complete civil servant. And one is appointed by the Parliament. So they have a system, a 3-person board. I don't think you can have a bipartisan board because of the deadlock that we've seen at the FEC and somewhat at the EAC. In Canada, they had an election czar, the guy I studied named Jean-Pierre Kingsley. He had his own budget. He had a private plane that he could, government plane, but like a charter plane that he could go wherever he needed to deal with elections, put out election fires. So like Ned Foley running American elections is my dream, but I don't know if it's going to happen. And then on your, I think it's a really fair criticism of my statization point. Statization only works if it's being done for forces of good, like centralizing of databases, as opposed to let's take away the power of local democratic election boards and put it in the hands of the Republican legislature. And in fact, one of the biggest changes I think we're going to see, either in Arizona or somewhere else, is a law that's going to say voters can vote, but the ultimate judge of how those votes went is not going to be done by the state courts, it's going to be done by the state legislature. And that is a scary proposition.
Time for one more question. Carol, how are we doing on time? So one more question.
Are we done? I can.
Is that okay with you?
You're gonna cut me off?
3-part question with a comment, that's it.
Right. My question is more of it's a comment, more of a question. So I wonder if you could comment on the good aspects, what I view as the good aspects of local election administration, which is places can try out innovative election rules, structural issues. The women's suffrage movement, as you know, started initially at the local level with school board elections, local elections. You've got ranked choice voting now, started at the local level before moving statewide. And so I worry a little bit that your solution would cut off experiments in trying to make our elections better, and improve access to more people.
You're saying voting is for us.
Something like that.
That's Josh's book.
Yes.
I think that's a great point. I'm only talking about for federal elections. There's still going to be local elections. We're not going to elect everybody, in presidential election years. So you want to have experimentation with, I don't think anything would stop a state, like when I'm talking about national nonpartisan election administration, if a state wants to use ranked choice voting to choose its senators, that's fine. You can still do that. And, there could be different options that the national government would be able to offer to states. But like in terms of who gets the franchise, that's still a state question, right? So do felons get re-enfranchised? That's still a state question. So there's still room, and plus in fully state and local elections, the federal government have nothing to do with it, other than providing protections like the Voting Rights Act.
Well, I think we are ready for a break. Rick, thank you so much. Incredibly interesting conversation. And we're going to come back at what time, Carol? I don't have my phone up here. I'm not sure my watch. At 2:30 for the next panel. But thank you to everybody. Thanks. What a cool talk. Thank you so much.
I guess I went more than 30 minutes.
You were great. No. I think you were fine. Your timing was perfect.
I didn't know because I was letting give it before. Since I wrote
I'll just put this back.
It's really good. And I hope, so we'll talk about how to sort of publicize or push.
So I didn't know whether.
I'm not going to mention it,
Okay.
but it's not really the focus of what you're talking about. You're talking about like double-edged federalism, which is that's sort of I mean, basically I'm saying is sometimes I want federal inclusion and sometimes I don't. And that's not about it.
Okay. All right. I just didn't know whether I should say like.
No,
So I
not
won't
in
do that because
detail.
that would be unfair. That's
But you
what
could
we're
say,
talking
you know,
about.
that
I can say you've written about it. Yeah.
I've written about it.
I don't think we've met in person yet.
No, we haven't.
Jeff,
Hi,
it's good to see you.
In person. We know we met on Zoom.
Yes.
And thank you for the invitation to Kentucky.
Yeah, so you're going to be doing it via Zoom,
Yeah,
right?
because Toledo invited me to something first.
Right.
So I'm doing.
And the students have been good in
been
terms
great.
of all the logistics and everything?
Yeah, they've been great.
I'm sorry we won't see you in person next
Yeah, me
week,
too,
but I'm glad you're able to at least do it over Zoom. If you need anything in terms of logistics, let me know. But Holly and Jackson, probably just been touch close to with Holly, Holly Cavendish. She's been great. So. Good. It's gonna be a fun event, and a little bit different because we're doing a journalist panel and a practitioner
Are you
panel
recording it?
as well.
So that
Yeah.
because I won't be able to watch my screen.
Right. Yeah. We're recording the whole thing.
Great.
And I'll be in Toledo the following week doing a bar CLE type thing. So I guess a lot happening in Toledo.
Well, there's also, I feel like, at least for me, I'm having this post-pandemic, Contagion mass rush of travel. It's just like, I'm traveling like every weekend.
Yeah.
Which is good and bad.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I missed doing this.
Yeah.
At the same time, logistics could be tough.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. Well, great.
All right. It's good to meet you in person.
Yeah, like trying to engage in it. Yes. Like record building thing, yeah. Right, yeah. And my concern is like the next one, I put on it where it'll send them these out or other friends that signed up. Like, it's like the national nonpartisan election commission never does that. Like, all goes into a central electoral meetings at the society like FDA to like not follow the news and turn it into like a big thing. Yeah. Like so worried about this.
We are excited to kick off the first panel of the conference. This panel is called Double-Edged Federalism, and the idea behind the panel is to sort of explore both the good and the bad, and also the deep complexity of our decentralized system of elections. We have four fantastic presenters who I will introduce briefly right now. Jake Grumbach is an assistant professor of political science at the University of Washington and a faculty associate with the Harry Bridges Center for Labor Studies. His book, Laboratories Against Democracy, was released earlier this year. Jessica Bowman-Posen is the Betts Professor of Law and a director of the Center for Constitutional Governance at Columbia Law School. She's an expert on administrative law and constitutional law and has written extensively about federalism. Kevin Kosar is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he studies the United States Congress, the administrative state, American politics, election reform, and the Postal Service. His most recent book is Congress Overwhelmed: The Decline in Congressional Capacity and Prospects for Reform. And finally, Carolyn Shapiro is a professor of law and associate dean for academic administration and strategic initiatives at Chicago-Kent College of Law, where she is also the founder and co-director of Chicago-Kent's Institute on the Supreme Court of the United States and the faculty director of the Constitutional Democracy Project. So each of our presenters will present, and then I will ask a few questions, and then we will open things up to audience questions. And Jake, can we start with you?
Sounds great.
Great.
Thanks, Justin. All right. Thank you, Justin, for the introduction and running the panel. Thanks so much to Carol and ISIS for all the huge work behind the scenes for this conference. I have a PowerPoint, so I think it'll come up. I am super happy to be here. I'm maybe I'm covertly like infiltrating as a non-lawyer here. I'm just a humble quantitative social scientist who I think a lot of my scholarly identity is taking a lot of your arguments and theories and putting equations and Greek symbols over it. So thank you so much for that. It's made my career. The other thing is now I'm an associate professor, so with tenure I'm gonna be a little more wild, which is great. Thanks so much for having me. Titling this talk Laboratories of Democratic Backsliding, which is a sort of paper version of, I think, the business third of my book, Laboratories Against Democracy. So this project overall is on the ongoing crisis of American democracy and crisis of multiracial democracy. And it was just wonderful to have Rick kick this off with a discussion of sort of the potential threats and precarious state that institutional decentralization may put American politics and political institutions in. So a huge amount of focus has been, as you all know, on the executive branch and the federal government with respect to threats to democracy. But as we know, due to U.S. constitutional structure and election administration, districting, and even beyond that, issues like police power being authorities at the state level, we have to look to the states to see where democracy lives and dies in the U.S. So I think what I'm most known for in this book is quantitatively measuring electoral democratic performance in the states over the past few decades. In this quantitative measure, what I do is I collect a huge amount of data on states, data capturing how responsive state policy is to public opinion in the states, the cost of voting in the states, the fairness of legislative districting, and new, as you guys know, new statistical measures of partisan and racial fairness in districting maps, and finally, policies and procedures around electoral integrity and security. And what you see over time is that the average state actually stays pretty static over this time period, right? And if we were thinking just nationally, that would seem to be fine, right? The average state is doing okay. Right? But as we know in other periods, such as during Jim Crow or slavery, to say, oh, the average state is not too segregated, that wouldn't make a ton of sense. And vulnerabilities at the state level, as Rick just mentioned. So what I observe over time using this measure, and I do, a ton of statistical mumbo jumbo to really demonstrate that this is not just my hunch. This is I'm trying to, under a wide series of different normative assumptions about how to weight different considerations in electoral democracy. You see that some states are chugging along pretty well. Washington State remains a leader in that dotted line. Some states a bit below the median, like Texas. There's some fluctuations across time, but overall stay pretty steady. And then you have a series of states that undergo really dramatic democratic backsliding over this time period. And here I'm picking out in the solid line, for example, North Carolina, which was really a leader since the demise of Jim Crow in North Carolina in the 1970s and expanding access to the franchise. Electoral competition was increasing, turnout skyrocketing, a leader in implementing the Motor Voter Act in the early 1990s and registering individuals through the DMV. But after 2010, you see a really precipitous decline in its democratic performance as it sets mathematical records for partisan imbalance in districting, engages in what we know as sort of voter suppression policies, among other things. So explaining that variation within states across time is central to this book. And as sort of Rick, I think, alluded to but didn't get into, one key part of this is the nationalization of the political parties and how the nationalization of the party coalitions has collided with the decentralized institutions of American democracy in the U.S. Constitution. So during Jim Crow, right, huge threats to democracy, right, mass disenfranchisement in the U.S. South. But this was a time of a decentralized party system where Northern and Southern Democrats were highly distinct on their attitudes and performance towards electoral democracy, right? This sort of, while I'd say electoral democracy was, the differences between Jim Crow and non-Jim Crow states in electoral democracy was wider back then than the distinctions between, say, North Carolina and Washington State or Colorado now, a high-performing state, right? Much broader in the past. The difference is the sort of interaction of these national party coalitions. Here you see divergence between states controlled entirely by Democrats in blue, divided states where the governorship and one legislative chamber controlled by different parties in green, and finally, unified Republican states in red. What you find here is that the interaction of national parties and decentralized electoral institutions really does, I think, exacerbate the risk to sort of system-wide failure, as Rick really eloquently put it in his talk. One implication that I've more recently looked at for policy outcomes and sort of democratic responsiveness in the states post-Dobbs decision is here, Chris Warshaw, another political scientist, and I, we estimated public opinion on abortion policy, on full abortion bans in the states, and then we plotted essentially what percentage of a state's public agrees with the likely or impending post-Roe abortion policy in the states. You see a large number of states in red that are poised to or already have essentially banned abortion have pro-choice majorities, right? They're below majority support for these abortion bans, but the reason these states are able to get away with policies that are not responsive to median opinion is insulation due to gerrymandering. So my democratic sort of performance measure and measures of gerrymandering very strongly predict state policies that are out of step with voter majorities in those states. So I think these are long-term, prior to the sort of really acute threat of electoral subversion in 2024, long-term sort of changes in electoral democratic performance in the states really do sort of distort representation at all levels. The rest of my book engages with broader theories. Now I'm moving to the sort of the broader theories that I've really drawn upon folks like you here. But going back, to the Federalist Papers and beyond, there's been a huge amount of conventional wisdom support for institutional decentralization as protective and advantageous for American democracy. But what I'm showing quantitatively in this book is that many of those favorable theories of decentralization and democracy fall away in the presence of these nationally polarized and coordinated parties. But traditional theories suggest that lower levels of government will be more responsive to public opinion of constituents than, distant fat cats in D.C., as your state legislative candidate might call them, right? But what I find is precisely the opposite. Similarly, decentralization might reduce national conflict and polarization, right? The idea that, we have really contentious issues over trans rights or reproductive rights, that really divide the country nearly 50-50. And, really the temperature of those conflicts really increases when those policy conflicts are nationalized, is the argument. I find, again, that sort of theory has fallen away empirically. The idea that you can vote with your feet and exit a state where you don't like the policies happening in your state or locality, that also is increasingly used by especially well-resourced individuals and groups who can exercise threat of exit from their jurisdiction, large taxpayers, firms, so forth, put states and cities in competition to essentially provide the most tax breaks or to, fail to regulate these groups and things like that. Ordinary voters don't have this capacity to say, policy's been changing in a way I don't like in my state. I'm going to leave my family and social network and job and, pack up and move. Highly unequal threat of exit. The idea that, policy experimentation, Louis Brandeis's Laboratories of Democracy idea, states are going to provide 50 laboratories, reject the failed experiments, emulate the good experiments that succeed. Right now, states only emulate states that are controlled by the same political party in terms of policy learning. And if there ever was an association between sort of policy success, electorally or economically, and emulation between states, right, that has fallen away over the past generation of nationalized political parties. And then what we're talking about today is the Madisonian idea of double security, right? When a tyrant is poised to take national power, right, isn't it great that we have these separate state and county election administrations? Rick did a pretty good job with that already so far. In my book, so I engage in these arguments theoretically and empirically, mostly with statistics. But again, in terms of laboratories of democracy, states are now partisan laboratories of democracy. Blue Minnesota is not looking to red Wisconsin after the financial crisis and saying, what can we learn about how to rehire public sector workers and things like that after a financial crisis? What can we learn about successful election administration? That does not happen across states, even in similar geographies, demographies, political histories. The security trade-off of institutional electoral administration decentralization here. So very important to not, as a would-be autocrat is in national power, you don't want to centralize all authority under their jurisdiction right then. But over long stretches of time, I'm arguing, changes and democratic backsliding in the states, because states administer elections constitutionally from local dog catcher up to, president and the feds, this really does matter, and states can shape the particular electorates that come out to vote, shape House districts, shape the balance of power nationally in ways that sort of amplify the representational distortions and inequality at lower levels of government. Finally, these large advantages for more wealthier and concentrated interests, ironically, at lower levels of government rather than higher levels. So the decline of state and local journalism over the past generation with the rise of Craigslist and the internet, destruction of classified ad revenue, rise of media conglomerates like Sinclair Media and local TV stations. Coverage is much more national. We all know how to vote in presidential primaries. I have a PhD in political science. I have no idea how to vote in my state legislative primary without relying on national groups, right? That increases the information asymmetry between wealthy organizations who know how to deal with the fine print of state legislation and reduces the capacity for ordinary voters to hold politicians at the state and local level accountable, in contrast to Congress and the presidency. Finally, groups now in this nationalized partisan context, groups that have mobile political resources can move, for example, money across states to advantageous political moments like a wave election of 2010, implement a broad policy agenda, whereas ordinary voters or social movements or, workers in labor unions or some other groups that are based in sort of mass-based constituencies, they're much less mobile and they're tied to their state and local jurisdiction in a way that does not allow them to take advantage of sort of fertile political moments across the country as more advantaged groups can. Overall, super happy to be here. Looking forward to some Q&A. Thanks very much. Oh, yeah, thanks.
I knew if I was following a political scientist, I had to have a PowerPoint as well, so I did my best here. And let me echo Jake's thanks to our organizers for having us at this conference and all the work that's gone into it. It's really a pleasure, if also a nightmare at the same time, to be here. So when I was asked to think about double-edged federalism in the electoral context, I thought mostly about differences across states, and as Jake has so nicely illuminated, and as we've begun to discuss already, those loom large in this conversation. But what I wanted to do actually in this brief 10 minutes here is to think about double-edged federalism within the state, and to think about how focusing on different state institutions might lead us to think a little differently about both the threat at the state level and also some of the resources that are available within a particular state to combat the threat. So my claim in brief, with some clip art here, is going to be that some of the most serious threats to our electoral system today, threats of electoral sabotage, are coming from state legislatures, and that by contrast, state courts, in particular state courts enforcing state constitutions, are particularly well positioned to help combat this threat. So I want to just at the outset temper this claim to say certainly state legislatures are not the only threat, as Rick already walked us through. Risks of political violence still loom large. Risks of election deniers taking up critical executive branch positions like secretaries of state loom very large. And likewise, I don't want to suggest that courts are any sort of panacea. We see courts failing to rise to the challenge and in fact engaging in some quite bad rulings as well. But the basic claim is that as electoral sabotage has moved sort of into the mainstream agenda of certain political actors, we now see it being furthered through state legislative action that looks very normal and very routine, and yet is quite insidious. And so we have state legislatures, especially I think often in states that are in the color scheme purple, but have red legislatures that don't really trust the people of the state to vote for how they will want them to vote, enacting all sorts of different laws, some of which are quite concerning and already on the books, and others are being considered right now. So among these are power shifting laws, as I would call them, including the one Richard mentioned in his colloquy with Rick in Georgia, a sort of counterpoint to the stateizing as a good thing, where the state legislature is trying to move control from local administrators to the state level, but in part so as to centralize it with respect to the legislature choosing the control of that board. So we have both a sort of centralization mechanism, but also a legislative control mechanism with respect to the running of those elections. Here in Arizona, there's a bill pending, as you probably know, that would assign the states to at-large presidential electors to the candidate favored by the legislature rather than the candidate favored by the voter. That's not a law yet, but legislatures are considering these sorts of changes and often talking about them in terms of values we associate with rule of law, transparency, good government, accountability. That's also the relevant point with respect to sham audits of the sort we've seen in Arizona and we've seen in Wisconsin that are designed really as phony kinds of undertakings to sow doubt not only about the past election, the 2020 election, but also future elections. And we also have laws that are criminalizing or threatening to criminalize various aspects of the electoral process, things like threatening criminal prosecution for changing filing dates, the kinds of actions that election administrators might normally undertake in good faith to try to make elections run, and that we saw, especially during the COVID era, to try to make elections function in this particularly difficult context, now being subject to criminal threat, right? So there are many more examples, right? But this edge of the sword, so to speak, of the double-edged federalism is the capture of normal state lawmaking processes to subvert elections rather than simply political violence, not simply, I don't mean to minimize it, but risks to the electoral system that come from outside of the system. The other edge, though, is that and here, although my fonts are not coming through, so sorry, I'm not a graphic designer, but so hopefully you can still see Miriam Seifter's name there, my wonderful co-author, Miriam, and I have written a longer version of these remarks with respect to the constitutional claim, which is that state constitutions, unlike their federal counterpart, and in a really distinctive way, include a commitment to democracy, to democratic principles that is really robust, and that if it's properly understood, both by the people of the states, but also in this case by the courts of the states, could go a long way in this context to stopping electoral subversion, and in other contexts to helping American democracy writ large, right? So again, the focus on state courts is largely because of their institutional role with respect to state constitutions, but the constitutions themselves are worth a much closer look. Again, we associate constitutions mostly with the federal constitution and the lockstepping that has often happened as state courts interpret their constitutions in light of the federal constitution. But a closer look at state constitutions shows that they are just shot through with a commitment to democracy. This is true of all 50 constitutions, although they manifest it in somewhat different ways, right? So we have, as just a few examples, right? All of the state constitutions, except for New York's, my home state, contain an express commitment to popular sovereignty, to rule by the people, and not just in the sort of aspirational preamble, the we the people kind of language we may associate with aspiration, but not actually a commitment that can be effectuated. Here in the state constitutions, we have these commitments to popular sovereignty, to rule by the people in the operative text of the constitutions themselves. We also, in state constitutions, in a way that Josh Douglas has written very nicely about, have right to vote included in the constitutions, as well as other relevant provisions like commitments to free and equal or free and open elections. And we have a variety of other provisions that focus on representation and democracy and lawmaking beyond legislatures. State constitutions, through the ways they have been amended over time, particularly in the 19th century, express a skepticism about, or a concern at least, about ways in which state legislatures may fail to represent the people, may not actually function as representative institutions. And so there are a number of mechanisms by which we have in a number of states, for example, Arizona, direct democracy that just allows circumvention of the legislature, but also with respect to the legislature itself, limits on how the legislature is composed, limits on how the legislature functions, that are designed in and could be effectuated over time in ways that try to ensure the legislature is carrying out the will of the people rather than subverting it, right? So state courts, as I noted at the outset, have not always and are not now always reliably interpreting and guaranteeing these provisions against forms of legislative or other undermining. But they really are in a good position to do so, and we have some examples in recent years as this legislative role in subverting elections or threatening to subvert elections has become more dominant, of state courts attempting, and in some cases succeeding, in stopping such measures. So just last week, I believe it was, we see the state courts in Montana invalidating legislative measures that would have barred same-day election registration and prohibited the use of student IDs. We've seen anti-gerrymandering holdings across the country, including in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. The Idaho Supreme Court has intervened to stop the state legislature from trying to withdraw from the people the power of initiative and a referendum. So there's a whole variety of challenges that have been brought, some of which have succeeded across the country. And again, without placing undue faith in the courts, I think that the tenor of this conference is somewhat gloomy, and rightly so. I think it's also wrong to ignore them and to ignore the potential that state courts can present in this area, especially when we look inside the states to see what state courts are doing. I guess to end on maybe an even more gloomy note, I think this distinction between legislatures and courts also really underscores the serious stakes that are probably already apparent, but with respect to the Moore versus Harper case and the independent state legislature theory, insofar as the Supreme Court may, by placing a thumb on the scale, erroneously, I think from a federal constitutional perspective, but also disastrously with respect to the internal allocation of power within the states this fall by elevating legislatures and reducing the ability of courts to do anything about that, as Carolyn, among others, has written so nicely about the flaws of that theory with respect to the federal constitution, but paying attention to the problems with respect to state legislative and judicial roles, I think, is also another important feature of that ongoing debate. So maybe 2 cheers for state courts. All right.
That's great.
You can just use mine.
I'll just use it. All right. Well, so much for my ability to do a mic drop after I say something profound. That's not going to happen. Well, more good cheer to spread, having had so much sunshine shared so far. So I should say as a preface, I wrote a little essay, about 1,800 words, just a small thing that I'll share with the folks who organized the conference in a little bit. That has the title "Elections, Federalism, and the Peril of a Partisan Race to a Bottom." So how's that for cheer? And I would be delighted if any of you could take time to take a peek at it and give me some feedback on it. Yeah, you heard I'm at the American Enterprise Institute. I'm a political scientist by training. My work the last couple of years on elections has really concentrated on Electoral Count Act. I was one of the many people who, even before the November 2020 election, was saying, like, we might be in for a rough ride. In fact, scholars have been saying this, particularly legal scholars have been saying this for 30 years. But of course, Congress, being as it is, tends not to act upon such things until the last possible moment, or not at all. My other work has also been kind of a little more broad conceptual in trying to think about how can we structure elections so that we produce winning candidates who have strong incentives to govern. I've been in Washington, D.C. for 20 years, and I've found it very troubling that it seems like more and more people are coming into town as representatives or senators, and less of them seem interested in doing the grubby, hard work of being a legislator in a mass pluralistic society. Other incentives seem to be overwhelming their intentions. So that's kind of the perspective I brought when I was asked to come here and talk about, federalism, double-edged sword. And as I was chewing this over, my brain slipped into thinking of things in terms of game theory. I'm not a game theorist by training, that's for sure. Not even close, but I got plenty of it back in grad school. And I think I came to thinking in those terms because it's my observation that when I have been observing the jockeying, the machinations around elections policy and elections administration, the sheer ruthlessness of it. There may be principles and pleasant words, but God, this is just a vicious scrum for power. And it's a vicious scrum for both short-term power and for the more clever ones for long-term power, for perpetuating the higher probabilities that one party or the other might win. So when you see if you take a look at my little paper, that's the kind of theoretic I use. It's not cheerful. It's not cheerful on that count. There are good people in our election system, and we've relied heavily upon them, and part of why we got through January 6th is because we had sufficient good people, people of conscience, people of duty, who did their jobs. Now, Rick's presentation was great, and the follow-ups to it, I love it. I mean, the way things are just speaking exactly to where you kind of laid down the breadcrumbs. A federal system, I love it. I think our federal system of picking members of Congress and presidents has worked pretty darn well. We've had some spectacular messes, 1876, 2020. But I think it's gone pretty well. But yeah, absolutely, it inherently has challenges. I mean, this is a system that is yoking together disparate entities in pursuit of a collective good. And by nature, there's always going to be tensions between the individual unit and what they see as advantageous for themselves, either short-term or long-term, and the temptation to, using game theory, to defect. And that can create negative costs upon other states, or it can scuttle national objectives, like stopping somebody from becoming president who was legitimately elected. Now, it's interesting that in our Constitution, the founders weren't oblivious to this stuff. I mean, there were things that they simply took away from the states, under the same sort of perilous logic of how do you have good collective action. States aren't allowed to sign treaties with foreign nations for mutual defense. They can't, coin their own money, impose duties on shipments arriving at their ports. There's any number of things that the founders wisely took away because they knew it would just lead to a wreck. They learned that under the Articles of Confederation, I mean. But elections, they left with the states, and we're living with that legacy. And again, I think it's gone pretty well, but I feel like we are under some really severe strains. January 6th was a very clear example. We've seen some of the things that are happening at the state level where parties are nakedly changing policies to stack the deck in their favor. And even in the House of Representatives, much attention was on post-January 6th, but in the House of Representatives, we had two contested elections. Losing candidates in Illinois and Iowa appealed to the Committee on House Administration and said that they had lost inappropriately, that the election was conducted in ways that were unfair to them. And the Committee on House Administration, very interestingly, is one of the committees in the House that has a severe partisan imbalance. Presently, there are way more Dems than Republicans on it. And so that was entirely possible that if they just wanted to take a naked partisan vote, they could have overturned 2 state elections. There's nothing to stop this from happening in the future. And that's where we're at right now. And the question is well, wait a minute, the Constitution has been what it is for all this time, and why are we in this intense period of craziness? Well, arguably, we went through something like this in the late 19th century, and then we were able to tamp things down through a number of means. But we're back here again, and I think why we're here is, number one, as you alluded to, nationalization of political parties and the self-sorting that's happened. We have way more independent voters these days, people who have no interest in signing up with either parties. 76% of Ohioans, that's my home state, they choose not to be on either party. But those who sign up, by gum, they're in. And so we've got red shirts and blue shirts vying more intensely than ever before. My friend Lee Drutman likes to point out that we've always had a two-party system, yet it was 2 parties that were actually 4. Liberal Democrats, conservative Democrats, liberal Republicans, conservative Republicans. Those days are long gone. So we've got that. And as political scientist Francis Lee points out, in terms of competition for Congress, the competition between the 2 parties to win seats and control the chambers is more severe than it has been since, again, the late 19th century. And when you use that as your context, intense partisan political competition for power, you can see why this federal system is starting to strain. Because neither party is able to have a long-term majority simply on the merits. The public just doesn't like them enough. Dems take the House, then Dems lose the House. Republicans take the Senate, they lose the Senate. It goes back and forth. So unsurprisingly, unable to lock in their victories through pushing good policy and doing other sorts of stuff, they're turning their attention to rigging the system. And both parties have an incentive to tilt things in ways that they think are their favor. So I likened it in my little essay to a prisoner's dilemma, where you have high mutual distrust between the 2 parties, aka the 2 prisoners, and instead of being able to say we're willing to compete within the confines of the current law with, some leaning on making, things that could help us in one way or another, they're just all in. It's all-out warfare, and the gloves are off, and they are going to change the rules as hard as possible. And that's the logic of the conflict, and that's where we get to the kind of last part of the title of my paper, which is these sorts of things do not seem amenable to stoppage through the logic of tit for tat. You punch me in the nose, I punch you back in the nose, we both have headaches, and we walk away. Right now, it seems like it's just feeding on itself. And what I worry, you had your red state, blue state up there, the sortation of those states' election systems progressively into systems that more and more favor one party over the other and create permanent majorities within them. And how is that going to bleed up into Congress, which is supposed to pass national laws for all of us, recognized as legitimate, to say nothing of selecting the president? God, that's gloomy. But the one thing that the game theoretic, helped me see is that there are ways to kind of mess with incentives to better the situation, to create costs, benefits, to de-escalate. It's very underdeveloped in this, but I'll just say as one quick plug, I had the pleasure of working with the Bipartisan Policy Center and some other groups in Washington, D.C. Over the last year and a half, and one of the things we put out earlier this year was a bipartisan federal framework. And the logic behind this framework was, let's create a grants and aid program, And let's allow states to apply to it so that they can adopt certain basic standards, whether it's ballot access stuff, ballot security, cybersecurity, that sort of stuff, you know, the weakest link. Let's see if we can professionalize some of these places a bit more, dangle the federal money to it. And maybe in doing that, we can take some of the dirty plays out of the book. You know, the same way NFL took out clotheslining and horse collar tackles and other things that are just hideously mutually destructive in the long run. Of course, it was ignored on Capitol Hill. But suffice to say, when I see the parties going at it this hard, and I try to think about it in those terms, the de-escalation question is first and foremost on my mind. And if anyone has ideas about how we can do that, God, I'd love to hear them. Thank you.
Well, I don't have slides either, so you'll just have to look at me for the next 10 minutes. I'm really happy to be on this panel, and thank you to the organizers for the hard work and the invitations. I really, really appreciate it. But I'm particularly happy to be on this panel because the title, Double-Edged Federalism, actually, I think, encapsulates what is arguably a tension in my own writing and thinking and scholarship in two of my most recent articles. So I have an article about the guarantee clause, which is a clause, Rick, you left out in your list of clauses that Congress can rely on. And in that piece, I argue in favor of congressional regulation of democratic processes in the states, and actually that goes further than the Article 1, Article 2, and the various different voting amendments. For example, I argue in favor of the Congress regulating extreme partisan gerrymandering in state legislatures as well as in Congress under the guarantee clause. And of course, I'd be happy to talk about that at length. On the other hand, my most recent piece, which is forthcoming, is about the independent state legislature theory. And in there, I argue that the independent state legislature theory, as it is being, at least as it is in practice, being sort of rolled out, I guess, or potentially rolled out, is an improper federal judicial intrusion on state law and constitutional structures. So in my own mind, I thought, am I being inconsistent? Well, I don't think I am. And here's why. I think that rather than focusing on sort of formal questions of, well, when does the federal government intervene, and even which branch of the federal government is allowed to intervene, I think when we think about federalism and its and whether or not it is and what its purposes are, it is intimately related to robust representative democracy. And what we end up having, given when we have a highly formalistic approach to federalism instituted by the Supreme Court, is an approach that doesn't actually serve those purposes, at least when that approach is applied specifically to rules and laws about democracy. And in that way, which I will explain, but in that way I think it's importantly different from the way federalism doctrine operates in some other areas of law, like the anti-commandeering doctrine, the anti-coercion doctrine, the 11th Amendment litany of cases that limit congressional power to have different types of control over state governments. One can think those cases are wrong or right. I tend to think they're wrong, but I don't think that they have the same effect on the underlying principles of federalism and representative democracy. So I'm going to talk about sort of three different justifications for federalism and why I think they require robust representative democracy. And some of this I think will be kind of obvious. The first justification is the one that I think we've all heard over and over and over again, especially when Justice Kennedy and Justice O'Connor were on the bench. Federalism secures to citizens the liberties that derive from the diffusion of sovereign power. Right, this idea that these two sovereigns are going to save us from tyranny, and that because of that, right, that's so important to protect state sovereignty and state from federal intrusion. This has led to an approach, a doctrinal approach that's really very formalistic. right? When is the intrusion too much? And it's focused heavily on what the Supreme Court often refers to as sovereign dignity of the states. The problem with this, of course, in the context of democracy, is that state sovereignty has not yielded consistent results with respect to liberty, as we all know, at least not liberty for everyone, right? Slavery, Jim Crow. I'm not going to go into more detail. I'm sure you are all familiar with the litany. And so when the Supreme Court has failed to connect this idea of sovereignty and liberty to, or federalism to liberty, it has actually undermined that kind of liberty. And we can see that as recently as Shelby County, but it goes back, right? We can see it in Giles versus Harris, in which the Supreme Court basically shrugged its shoulders and said, well, if the people of Arkansas don't want the black folks who live among them, who I guess weren't part of the people, they don't have to let them vote, even despite the 15th Amendment. So in this sense, the independent state legislature theory is in fact particularly dangerous. It's very formalistic, right? It's all based on this one word in Article 1 and in Article 2, the word legislature. There's very little other basis for the ISLT. And I can talk about the ISLT all day, which I've been doing all summer. So I'm happy to talk about it in the Q&A if people want. But what it does is it undermines the state commitments to representative democracy that Jessica was talking about, that Miriam has written about, and that is, it should be a central part of our commitment to federalism. Secondly, we have federalism as laboratories of democracy, which we've already heard about as well. There's lots of good explanations for what's positive about that vision, but there too, without robust representative democracy, those benefits are undermined. Obviously, they're undermined within the states themselves. They're undermined, as Jake was describing, in the ability of states to actually learn from each other's experiments. But they're also undermined because, as some federalism scholars have argued, one of the positives of federalism, this is one of Heather Gerken's big points, is that we have these sort of policy spillovers where we all kind of have to live with policies we might not love next door, but we have to, that gives us practice, right? It gives us practice in living in a democracy. If the policies that are being put in place next door are being put in place through processes that people can't trust as being actually part of a representative democracy, they have much less basis for actually engaging in that exercise, engaging in that toleration. And this can lead to, and this is one of the things I talk about in my guarantee clause work, is the kind of anti-democratic tit-for-tat spiral, where one state does one thing and a state controlled by another party does another thing. Just to be very concrete, right, when Rucho came to the Supreme Court, it was North Carolina, heavily gerrymandered by the Republican legislature. The companion case from Maryland, which involved a gerrymandered congressional district by the Democratic Party, the governor of Maryland said, well, they're going to do it, I'm going to do it, right? That was part of his justification for having done that. So here too, the formalism that sort of undermines the representative democracy actually undermines federalism's very benefits. Then there's a third thing I want to say about federalism. When I teach con law, and I'm doing this, sort of talking about the founding, I always have to say to my students, you know, they're the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists at the beginning, and what they wanted were actually, what the Federalists wanted is kind of different from when we talk about federalism today, and people who believe in federalism today, it's like the opposite. But it's not, I don't think we should overlook the role of federalism as actually preserving and creating some level of national cohesion. And in fact, since the founding, we have an increasingly cohesive nation, even despite with all of our current struggles. We've seen this with the aftermath of the Civil War itself, but also things like the way technology has helped us create a national economy, the way migration has helped people have moved from other countries to be here, from within the country. People are, in general, think of themselves as Americans first and perhaps Virginians second. And an increasing recognition, as we see through all the amendments, the voting amendments and the Voting Rights Act, et cetera, that that nationhood requires compatible governments between the states. And that doesn't mean they all have to be the same, but they all have to be, I think, meaningfully democratic. So in the end, what I would argue is that we can't rely on a structure alone to save democracy, right? We can't rely on federalism alone, or we can't rely on Congress or the court. What we really have to go back to are the principles behind why we have a federalist system. And at this moment in time, I think that leads us to Congress as the place to at least try, although we all know what Congress's pathologies are, to try to get some movement. The Supreme Court, on the other hand, appears poised to continue its extraordinarily formalistic and, in my view, extremely destructive of democracy approach to these questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much for those remarks. Okay, we're all quite gloomy, but actually, I want to spend a little bit of time thinking about being gloomy about the right thing, or being gloomy about a particular thing. So I used to think about federalism as kind of the search for good actors and bad actors, and in some circumstances, it's clear who the good actors are and who the bad actors are. So in the civil rights era, the feds were coming in with, Civil Rights Act, right, and enforcing federal law against states that were segregating their societies. I've sort of now come to the understanding that there are good actors everywhere and there are bad actors everywhere. But in part, what I see all of your projects as doing, and I think maybe also Rick's project, is looking for a good actor, right? So for Carolyn, the good actor is Congress.
Could be.
Could be Congress. For Kevin, I think Kevin maybe doesn't see a good actor. No. I'm not entirely sure. Right. Jessica's good actor is state courts, perhaps, possibly. Jake, I think your good actor isn't states.
Right, I'm with Carolyn.
With Carolyn, okay, great. And I'm wondering whether, and so there's actually a really interesting sort of way in which separation of powers is also creeping up here into our conversation about federalism, which I think isn't surprising in some ways. What I'm wondering is, are we all searching for a vanishingly small good actor? Given that we're coming up against a political party where, as Rick mentions, the base of the political party just won't tolerate sort of truth when it comes to questions about elections. And I think, Rick, for you, the good actor is this federal commission, right? But in some way, that also relies on Congress to appoint or to the court to appoint. So there's a sense in which generally the federal government sort of would be a good actor here. But sort of, given that we can't count on both political parties to participate in creating these good actors, are we sort of searching for a vanishingly small good actor? Are there maybe sort of no good actors here? Or is it sort of a fool's errand to be thinking about who a good actor is? Is it possibly predictable?
Well, I'll take a stab at that. That's pretty gloomy. But I mean, one thing, actually, Rick and I were saying to each other outside, like, what is our option? I mean, there isn't there are objections we can make, or we can point to the potential roadblocks in all of our different attempts to try to enhance or save our democracy. But what else are we going to do? And I think the insistence that there are still, even if things don't go, I have no idea what's going to happen in 2022 or 2024, but I tend to think that there will, even I hope, in the worst case scenarios, there are still places where, even if it's not national, there are places where we will still have meaningful democracy, and that over time, I hope, hopefully in my lifetime, we will be able to expand that. I don't know. I mean, but I don't really see that. I I could give it all up, but I don't think we have a choice but to look for the good actors.
I shook my head and said that, no on good actors. That's not fair. No, I think, all those folks who behaved honorably and did their jobs, I mean, we should be singing their names from the rooftops and celebrating them and encouraging more people who firmly believe that when you take an oath, that oath means something, that you're not just mouthing pretty words. And that when times get tough, it takes character to stand up and avoid the kind of partisan hassles. And I think we could probably make their lives a bit easier if they're elections administrators by extending some sort of federal protections to them. You have these small elections administrations, they got 3 people, they got 5 people, they got 8 people employed there. Like, what are they going to do when somebody starts spamming them with 10,000 emails, threatening their lives or whatever sort of stuff is going on? Like, these folks need help. We can buck them up and make it easier for them to not get plowed over and sucked into caving to the incentives. But that said, I think, this being such a tough combat between 2 heavily sorted parties has just led to a situation where we need to look for these things to be kind of negotiated pieces. And I think one reason we're seeing the Electoral Count Act getting so close to being amended is because one thing that was pointed out very early on is that you don't know who's going to be sitting in the presiding officer's chair next time around. It could be the other party member. And do you really want, Kamala Harris to just say, Georgia, Texas, I've heard irregularities. I'm setting these votes aside. Well, that's one way I've terrified my Republican friends, is by putting that in front of them. And it's a real threat. I mean, if we're going to go there, both parties recognize that this is going to get super, super bad. And they've both pulled back and kind of realized, like, we got to cut a deal on this. So it's not high principles, it's not morals. I'm sure there's some of that involved, but it's the pain and consequences that might suffer. They might suffer. That's kind of encouraging them to draw a truce.
Well, I mean, I'll likewise endorse the, not first best, but, at best, sort of second best kind of theory that we're engaging in here, and what alternatives do we have. But I guess I just want to say also, I mean, I think the idea of having a double-edged federalism or having a federal system that we're reflecting on, combined also with a separation of power system at both the federal level and the state level, one of the ongoing and sort of for all times features of that is that we have multiple different sites of power that can be configured in different ways. And so as we move away, because of our extremely polarized, nationalized parties, in particular from an idea that states are certainly acting in a particular way versus the federal government, and we see partisan alignments across state and federal government, across particular actors in state and federal government, we have to move away from the categories of state or federal. But if we think about the particular actors within the states, particular actors within the federal government, we're going to come up with better or worse configurations of power or better or worse sorts of systems of checks and balances. And so I think thinking about that is our obligation, even if the answers aren't always pretty, and they're certainly not easy.
Yeah, no, these are great lead-ins. I think I just want to double down on Carolyn's point that Congress is really the only hope and consistently has been through American history. The correlation is very clear looking at this. The Supreme Court enables state variation in sort of democracy. Whether that's the initiation of Jim Crow or, laws around slavery or whatnot. States decide to do that, often take that opportunity to do so. A good handful of states do. And then Congress decides either to step in and establish federal baselines or not. It almost never is actively engaged in democratic backsliding, but rather the sin of, whatever, sits on its hands. That was a total Bushism. That was great. So there, Congress is, again, we don't have perfect theoretical mechanisms of why that pattern has been so consistent. And there are, of course, really new things about this threat now, but this is pretty clear. But then I want to pick up on Kevin's really important prisoner's dilemma point. The prisoner's dilemma, so unfortunately, like the econometric equilibrium is defect. Both parties defect and snitch in a prisoner's dilemma. But the point overall in a lot of other prisoner's dilemma varieties where the payoffs aren't quite so extreme for snitching and defecting in the original prisoner's dilemma, cooperation is sustained by symmetric threat of punishment. So we have to deal with, unfortunately, the asymmetry in terms of partisan adherence to norms and punishment around those norms. Like, this is a hard thing as a quant social scientist. Like, how do you say, well, like, one party has done different performance towards norms with Supreme Court seats or gerrymandering in states. Right now, we see when the threat of punishment for norm violations, like legal partisan gerrymandering, happens, and one side is engaged in it in a much more extreme way. When the Democrats engaged in much more gerrymandering before the New York court threw out the New York Democratic gerrymander, the Republican Party suddenly was much more interested in a national gerrymandering ban, right? Like, this is, I actually think there's a weird, we're in an especially acute problem because we don't have symmetric threat of norm-based punishment, where one party is like slightly, I don't know, ideologically committed to old style I'm not exactly sure, but I do think actually engaging in greater symmetry of the threat of punishment for norm violation may ironically bring us to more cooperation, as Kevin kind of started that discussion. I think that's an area of hope potentially. And there can be like institutional learning, and you know, people like you are all providing that kind of institutional learning for what, you know, elite decision making would produce that sort of incentive structure.
Great, thank you. I'm happy to ask more questions, but actually I think we should open it up to the audience. It's an audience full of law professors. I'm guessing there are some questions. Oh, I'm sorry? Aaron.
I can project, I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but it's a question of projecting into the internet.
Yeah, I'm Erin Sharp at ASU. It is a pleasure to see you all here. Welcome. Thank you, panelists. I want to ask about the people, which is another place that we might see hope. And think about, in particular, Jessica, you chose to have a slide that was the Arizona slide that is about our state's fairly robust initiative and referendum process that, if you've been following, and you might not have been, has been struggling at best in representing the will of the voters recently. And we will be voting on several referred from the legislature referenda that would seriously undermine the people's power. And so I want to think about and ask all of you guys, right, like at some level we're thinking about elections and the government actors, but is there a distortion that looks like that map Jake had of where Arizona voters are with abortion and where our state legislature is with abortion, that there it looks like, based on some reporting I've seen, not going to be a single Republican who's going to be able to vote for any mitigation of our basically complete ban. So it's not just that they can't get the votes, if you only need one vote, and they can't find that one vote to make abortion legal through 15 weeks. Is there any hope that that policy division is actually a source of hope in the context of such extreme bipartisanship? There's actually stuff that's really popular that's not getting done that may shift elections.
Who wants to respond to that? Or you all can.
Oh.
Or maybe not, because you can't vote.
Go for it.
Well, the first thing I would say is Kansas, right? That's an exciting story along those lines. But I do think that this is another place where congressional action is incredibly important. When Biden came into power, he talked about the importance of government actually doing things and actually solving people's problems. And when Congress is so dysfunctional and it's not doing that, I don't think the people writ large can see the possibility of what they might be able to get from their votes, from voting for the politicians who say they're going to do certain things. So, I mean, it's a little bit backwards, but I think more legislation, good or bad for that matter, as long as it stays away from the democratic process, is likely to be motivating to the people.
If I could just throw in one structural thing, and this is my hobby horse with incentives. One exciting movement that is going on around the country is to rethink partisan primaries, because in so many places we have seen that, you know, the nationalized parties phenomenon is distorting the behavior of local parties. You know, local parties are more and more talking about national stuff instead of state stuff. And driven by the logic of brand differentiation, in order to win, they take ever more extreme positions on particularly salient points, which gets them ever farther away from where your average voter is, how do they get away with this? What's the market response? Why is it working like this? Well, if you only have 20% of people who show up in primaries, then that's what you get. And then you get the generals, and people are like, well, I get this, I get this. Ugh. And I think this structural problem, I'm glad to see that it's being addressed in various states, and we've got experiments going there, whether it involves rolling in ranked choice voting, but you've got to do something to pull the parties away from this logic of we can't be like those other guys who are bad, so we're going to take a very clear, different position from them and just play for those party primary people who show up to vote.
I mean, I think there's so much to say on this question. I guess the main point I would maybe emphasize is that we have seen a lot in recent years, increasingly, these struggles between efforts to mobilize direct democracy and then the legislature trying to take away the power of direct democracy. And so that's one reason why, even though I think they're an imperfect, at best, actor, courts are really the only hope there with respect to restoring that power to the people and not allowing these legislative power grabs. That's sort of the example I was mentioning from Idaho, where you have referenda that sort of move beyond the normal partisan polarization, where the people of a state that we code as very red vote for things like Medicaid expansion, vote for teacher salaries, vote for things that sort of fall outside of this partisan division, and then the legislature wants to come in and say, oh no, you can't do that. And in that case, again, the court stepped in to say, well, we seem to have this trend of the legislature trying to take away the people's power of initiative and referenda when they exercise it. And even though the legislature is coming in saying, as we see in these other states as well, what we're really trying to do is to protect vulnerable minorities, to protect people who need protection from mob rule or from the people running amok. That's not actually what's happening on the ground. And so in Idaho, again, the court could recognize that. We can see in other states, it's easy to see through that, even if the legislature is making such claims. But someone has to be willing to see through it. And if not, then those powers will be taken away, as we're seeing fights in Michigan right now, in Arizona, all sorts of places across the country.
Yeah, that's such a great question. I think, I do want to shout, clear partisan choices are a really nice thing. In the classic now, it's like, a cliche thing to say that, 1950 American Political Science Association address is like, we really need clear partisan choices so voters can do it. And now, that interacts though with single member districts and electoral college, but even more so, I think the problem is the decentralized accountability structure of decentralized institutions where you live through COVID, you're not liking how COVID is happening in your local jurisdiction. It's really a regular person has a viable pathway to thinking it was my out-partisan governor, it's my out-partisan mayor, it's actually the president I don't like. It's really, really hard for people who are living their daily lives to actually trace accountability through this highly decentralized structure. So I do think clear, salient issues, democracy performs a lot better when people understand an issue, see where authority is derived on that issue area, can make a clear decision, that then even sort of out-of-step policy offers a clear path towards democratic responsiveness. But it's a really tough thing. And I just think there's a lot, what do we do with that decentralized accountability? It's just hard to know. We're in a technological moment where information is nationalized. We're in a partisan moment where money, fundraising is national. Really, everything is national. I don't think we can put that back in the localism bag. Unfortunately, we just cannot roll that back. So finding new ways to create institutions that sort of match with this party system that I don't think's gonna go away. And we see this globally, sort of social polarization on sociocultural issues especially has really swept the world, and I don't think is going away. So we need institutions to be able to, address that and make clear decisions on the basis of popular sort of will.
And it has to do with tit for tat, sort of or the lack of tit for tat, unraveling of the cooperative norms that you mentioned that are clearly taking place. And in thinking about the historical trends associated with, I guess I'm thinking to Robert Putnam's book, The Upswing, where he argues that we can overcome our current polarization. They did it, after the Gilded Age, and we can do it again. But one thing that I see that's clearly different in the current circumstances compared to what happened after the Gilded Age is that there are no longer any electoral realignments. So, there was a time when the electorate was switched 100% off, largely behind a particular party, and that would create a dominant party for a period of time. That stopped in the 1960s. It may be that electoral realignment already figured out. Well, they haven't, right? They actually haven't. So you could count on one party taking a dominant position for a long time. And I wonder, how does the failure now of electoral realignments, how does that affect this tit for tat issue? Is it correlation or is there actual causation? The lack of electoral realignment, or the expected electoral realignment, is actually affecting this unraveling of the norms? And why did the threat of electoral realignment actually bolster these cooperative norms? I wonder if you might comment on that.
Wow. I think you've given me a research paper topic. No, that's a fantastic question. I guess when I was trying to think back to some of the realignments and Bull Moose Party, all these sorts of stuff coming back, one thing that feels different about that time is that the issues in the bag didn't include a lot of social stuff. And the social stuff, which is so tightly tied to personal identity. And, and then you talk about geographic self-sorting and other sorts of stuff. And I'm just kind of wondering if that's where the parties are getting a little bit stuck, where, number one, like I've said, they're playing for a smaller crowd, mostly, because they know ultimately it's going to be us versus them in the general. And our state is better, might be a little bit more acceptable. So as long as we don't run a spectacularly bad candidate, we're probably going to win. So all we have to do is make our brand please there. But then you add the identity stuff to it. And if that's your base, and your base is that identity, then you ain't leaving those people behind. And your flexibility to talk about other things, move into other things, I don't know, maybe that creates some sort of anchoring effect on the parties where they're just they're just stuck. Although, on a real national issue, trade, obviously the Republicans have gone from neoliberal to over there. They've got a schism. So you do have that sort of effect. I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think that's right. I'll put a slightly different spin on it. But it is clear. So Donald Trump accelerated and completed a trend that had been a generation long, which is the decoupling of economic performance locally and incumbent support in elections, right? Retrospective voting, that's like a classic. You're supposed to, in part, pick people based on policy views. You vote for the candidate closer to you on these policy issues, but then also you look back and, are you better off than you were 4 or 8 years ago was a very powerful thing in politics. 1932 is like a classic election. People are like, economic change needs to happen. That it has been entirely decoupled. There's really no Joe Biden actually picked it up a little, where there's a correlation between gas prices and approval, finally again a little bit, but it was a complete zero correlation under Trump. And that, unfortunately, I think is structural about issues like now we're getting into sort of groups and the economy and groups within society, where I do think theories of democracy really suggest comparative democratization literature on how democracies develop in wealthy societies and fall away. People like Levitsky and Ziblatt with how democracies die. This theory, it's really actually quite important and provocative that in highly economically unequal societies, this sort of business party, which even during, even given the trade protectionist move of the Trump administration, there was still the top two agendas in the Republican Congress policy issues were the high-end tax cut and the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. And you see Republican state legislatures rejecting free federal money for Medicaid expansion despite huge support from their populations. Then what do you do when you have an electorally unpopular economic agenda like this? The incentive is clearly to introduce other forms of conflict and play on, opposition to immigration, cultural change, right? And that has helped contribute to an entirely, now it's really sad, as when I do survey research now, the best predictors of people's vote choice, ordinary Americans' vote choice, is attitudes towards Colin Kaepernick and Lizzo playing the flute, James Madison flute, and is so much more predictive statistically than attitudes towards minimum wage, universal health insurance, even climate change. This is not policy and material circumstances have been decoupled from elections. This is very destabilizing for mass democracy, and this helps explain the sort of in Republican primaries, the mass level opposition to democratic institutions. So I think this is really crucial, and when we think about this, we have to get into ideas of like the destruction of the labor movement in the U.S. from the mid-century, which helped, now a base of, mostly white, but some, people of color, non-college educated men often had an attachment to politics that was about, kitchen table issues and taxation and, relationships at the firm and with their boss. And now it's about essentially like, cultural iconography, and it's a really difficult thing to get out of. So we have to think about the connection between, these larger political economy and organizational issues and where the party positions stand. So anything that would bring back a sort of connection between vote choice and economic circumstances. It's really, I don't think it's a basic story of just straight up mass backlash to the civil rights movement. Like there's some of that, but I think it really interacts with this sort of elite strategy and the clear incentives of parties.
Thanks. I think we have time for one more question, if one exists. Okay, then I will ask a final question, which is that in 2021 or so, we maybe came closer to enacting a really serious piece of federal election administration law with H.R. 1 and For the People, and For the People Act. And since we're here on a panel about federalism and sort of double-edged federalism, my question is, how should we think about the right way for Congress to get involved that still sort of maintains the kinds of benefits of federalism that we think exist? And maybe this is sort of a question for those of you who have some faith in the federal government. But is it something like H.R. 1, or is it something different? Is it something that might actually get passed?
Everybody's looking at me. All right.
Our leader. Yeah, you have good comments.
Thank you. I think I would say a couple of things. One is, in my mind, it is absolutely crucial that any federal legislation that passes be completely about making it easier for people to vote, making elections secure, and I am extraordinarily concerned about things like campaign finance reform being included in the legislation as it was in some of the, at least in some versions, for both practical and political reasons. The practical reason is I think the Supreme Court will strike down the campaign finance thing, and then they might decide it's not severable, and then everything is done. The more political reason is because I think that's a more it's more of a hot button issue. I mean, right now, democracy itself is obviously, unfortunately, a hot button issue, but I think it is possible to see, for people to see how it plays out in their communities, that there are actually elections that are going well, I hope. I mean, everything is contingent. That's how what I would encourage Congress to do.
Yeah, I guess I'd go back to, I guess I'm biased. I'm fond of the Bipartisan Policy Center framework that we put out, which kind of said, hey, here's a grants and aid program, let's create it. And, grants we given to help, states, communities hit basic standards, kind of floors for things like cybersecurity, voter access, how you count votes, foolish stuff like, voting, somebody sends in a ballot, you're not allowed to count it until the same day or the same evening as the election. I mean, that's just inviting. There's no sense in that sort of policy. It just creates mischief. So it would say, like, here are some of the things we just should not do. It's not overly prescriptive, it's not H.R. 1, and most certainly, I agree with you, throwing in campaign finance, forget about that. Keep it simple and keep it focused and keep it bipartisan by also including components that speak to the anxieties, whether you believe them or not, about election security.
I have to, even though I didn't talk about Congress, I haven't given up on the federal government, so I think there is a role for federal legislation and certainly for imposing new floors of various kinds. But I guess would just emphasize
that when we have these conversations, we often talk as if there's either a federal response or a state response. And so people like Ted Cruz will shout about federalization no matter what. But what is probably most promising in this area, like most of our federal regulatory and social welfare programs, is something that relies on both the federal government and the states. And so changing that allocation and providing a more robust role for the federal government seems correct to me, but that doesn't mean actually getting rid of the states or leaving them out. So it's thinking about how to build those relationships and how to have the federal government intervene without displacing the states.
I endorse all of this.
Okay, we've come to the end. Thank you so much to the panel.
I like your prisoner's diary freedom. Depressing.
A little bit. But
Yes, my sister, she's
thank you all for joining us this afternoon, and thank you to the organizers of the event today. Two very quick things. First, I'm originally from Seattle, and I'm a Mariners fan. Anybody who watches baseball, they've been out of the playoffs for 21 years, and they're playing right now, and I'm here instead. So, no. So this is my dedication to elections. The other thing that I want to say is it's interesting hearing everybody, doom and gloom here today, which is, I think, reasonable. But many of us here on this panel have worked on elections in Afghanistan and Iraq and Azerbaijan and Kyrgyzstan, so it's all relative in some ways. When I first saw the title of this panel, I thought it was curious in many ways. The descriptions being, how does the U.S. fare under international standards, and then the title of electoral integrity. They kind of go counter to one another in some ways. It made me think about it, actually. But I think, let's be frank, on an international standards perspective, the U.S. is not faring well for all the reasons discussed today. The partisans administering elections is clearly something we don't see around the world. The boundary delimitation process, when I go around the world, that's the first thing there's two things that people highlight: gerrymandered election districts in the U.S. and money in politics, which they can't even imagine. The other thing that I think is not discussed very often is the malapportionment between House seats. I know not within a state, but across states, because of the cap of 435 people in the House, seats in the House, there is malapportionment, which people can't even understand in many other countries. And then lastly, something we discussed earlier about the weakest link in the disparate electoral process and the different ways that people interact with the electoral system, and the way that some people's votes probably likely to be more accurately counted in one state than another. Internationally, people would think that that's undermining fundamental notions of fairness and equal application of the law. So I think internationally, it's definitely the U.S. is struggling. But I do think that the thing that has saved us for the years in the United States is trust in the electoral process and election administrators, which I think ended up helping us in 2020. But that trust is eroding quickly, as we all know. It didn't just start in 2020. I would suggest it started in 2000 and has been, the trust has been eroding ever since. But then we go back to this panel called electoral adequacy. And I do wonder how we want to think about that. Because internationally, when we talk about international standards, we use the terms we've heard today: transparency, nonpartisan election administration, free and fair elections, all of these terms. But in practice, are we really meeting those standards? And do we really need to have a different standard, that the results are adequate, that candidates, parties, and others accept election results? And maybe we have to get there first before we look to these really, really high standards that we're probably not going to meet. But that's something we have to think about internationally too, because we definitely measure other election commissions and election processes by those high standards. Well, that's all I'll say, because I'll be able to turn it to the panel now to talk about some of these issues. I'll introduce all of the panelists, and then I'll turn to Pippa Norris first. If you don't know Pippa Norris, she's the McGuire Lecturer of Comparative Politics at Harvard University. She's the founding director of the Election Integrity Project. Her latest book with Oxford University Press is In Praise of Skepticism, Trust but Verify. She also has a new book under development, The Cultural Roots of Democratic Backsliding. Erica Shine is the managing director of the Center of Applied Research and Learning at the International Foundation of Electoral Systems. She's co-author of multiple publications on electoral integrity, including Risk Limiting Audits, a guide for global use, Leadership in Crisis, ensuring independence, ethics, and resilience in electoral processes, and Election Audits, Principles and Practices, in another Oxford University Press publication called Election Watchdogs, Transparency, Accountability, and Integrity, which is yet another Pippa Norris book. And then James Gardner is the Bridget and Thomas Black State University of New York Distinguished Professor at SUNY University Buffalo School of Law, where he teaches constitutional law, government, and election law. His work, which looks at constitutional structure and design, focuses on two specific aspects of two specific areas: the law and legal structures for democratic institutions, and the structure and operation of different forms of government. And then finally, Larry Garber. Larry has more than 35 years of experience working in the field of national security policy, international development, human rights, and democracy promotion. He has managed governmental and non-governmental organizations. He has served in senior national security policy positions, taught high-ranking military and civil officials, and trained counterparts in more than 30 countries. Larry has led multiple electoral observations and advised senior leaders in several countries undertaking comprehensive electoral reforms following political transitions. So it's a group with a broad base of experience, and first I will turn to Pippa. Pippa? Okay, Pippa, you're up.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be with you all, even at a distance. I do apologise. The last meeting I went to that was live, I managed to get COVID, which did not help, as Chad will know. So what I'd like to do is contribute ideally towards the group by thinking about the challenges facing electoral integrity in America, giving a bigger picture than some of the issues which are focused on conventionally in the media, and thinking how we monitor state performance on a systematic basis. All of this is part of the Electoral Integrity Project, which has been going now since 2012. So first what I'll do is just briefly mention the project for anybody who hasn't yet come across it, and particularly the concepts of electoral integrity that can be very controversial, and they can be defined in a very partisan way. And I'm going to focus also on what data sources are available. How do we have evidence? I'll then look at the global comparisons and think about changes over time and how the United States compares with many other countries around the world. And then we can drill down further to look at US elections by state and to think about public confidence in elections. What I'm going to argue above all in my overall view is as follows. Most federal countries have a central electoral management body, and this serves many functions. It may, for example, set certain standards in which it basically sets out what the actual core issues are on issues like voter registration or who is qualified to have suffrage. It provides technical training and administrative resources. It can recommend reforms to legislative bodies. It can adjudicate disputes, although courts can also do that. And it can help in terms of working with local authorities. But when we think about these issues, EMBs are either independent, like Elections Canada, or governmental, like in Germany, or they're mixed. The problem with the United States is it's exceptionally weak when it comes to the role of the US federal government, whether it's in terms of regulation, providing information, training, or all the other issues that election management bodies fulfill. And we can see that this contributes to a relatively poor performance of US elections if we look at this across several cross-national and time series data sets. And in particular, the expert survey data, which I'll show, indicates that US elections are relatively poor, although many countries have seen electoral backsliding. And expert elections can also be used to evaluate state-level elections and therefore to look at the changes over different states over time. And where states vary, whether it's Georgia and Massachusetts, whether it's California and Texas, I think this raises fundamental issues of human rights and essentially universal access to the basic functions of the ballot box. So there are some advantages to federalism. Innovations, for example, are clearly important. The way that different states have tried things on, say, redistricting, or they've tried different methods of mail balloting. Those are very positive, as always with federalism. But if it means that citizens in America have different facilities to vote, different opportunities to take part, different ways to register, then not only can this be seen as administratively inefficient, but it can also have fundamental problems for equal access, where one vote counts equally to every other vote. So let's look at some of the evidence, and I'm going to focus on the Electoral Integrity Project, founded in 2012, which asks the basic question, why do elections fail and what can we do about it? So this was well before 2016, And we rely in particular on three sources of evidence. Firstly, for the formal electoral rules, overall worldwide, we can use the Comparative Constitutions Project, an excellent look at the different ranges of electoral systems and administrative processes. But we can also look at how elections run, not just in terms of de facto, but de jure, through varieties of democracy project, which is an excellent project at the University of Gothenburg, and through our own perceptions of electoral integrity, state and cross-national surveys. And then, of course, we can drill down further to look at individuals and citizens, in particular through looking at the World Values Survey, where we've had a battery of items included, and that covers over 100 countries now. And of course, the Gallup World Poll also has some items on this as well. So what's the concept we run with? Well, when we started the Electoral Integrity Project, the term itself wasn't so widely used. And we didn't want to focus it on any one party, nor, for example, on issues simply about, say, electoral access and the extent at which there's voter suppression, or how far there's fraud, or how far there's voter ID. Instead, we wanted to root it as a global project in the United Nations and in the international commitments and global norms which have been endorsed in many different conventions, treaties, protocols, and guidelines. And these universal standards apply to all countries worldwide throughout the electoral cycle, including the pre-election period, the campaign, the polling day, and its aftermath. So we're not going to focus just on the count, for example, as many in America do, nor on who has access to get to the ballot or how they cast their ballots. It's a much broader set of ideas. And by contrast, malpractices refers to the violations of these international commitments. So the way that we think about this is as the conventional electoral cycle developed by the UNDP and others. And this says that any one chain, any one break in the chain has a problem for the performance of the election. So it may be the laws. For example, if they're too majoritarian and skewed against minority parties or particular regions, it may be the procedures which are followed in some detail, or the way in which boundaries are set, particularly issues of district redistricting or gerrymandering. There may be problems of voter registration. That's particularly common in many developing countries which are starting to run elections and which don't necessarily have effective information systems in place. Party registration could be another issue. Who gets onto the ballot along with the candidates? Campaign media, is there a level playing field? And what are the regulations of campaign media? Campaign funding, which turns out, when we look at many, many countries, to be one of the most problematic issues and the one which is least regulated worldwide. The voting process, the count, the results in a timely fashion being announced, and then the election management body itself. How is it composed? How independent is it? How structured? So again, in the US media, and particularly in the run-up to the 2022 elections, we focus in particular on a couple of challenges. So for many, it's either a problem about the voting process, for example, how far there's voter identification for Republicans, how far there's ease of access to get to the ballot, who's on the voter registration. But in fact, the election needs to succeed at all the different levels and throughout all stages. And yet the amount of debate recently, for example, about campaign funding has been pretty minimal, along with other sorts of issues about election management in general. So what do we do to gather evidence? Well, the Perception of Electoral Integrity, PEI expert survey, is part of many other expert surveys which have been developed in the last decade. Think, for example, about Transparency International and the Corruption Perception Index. Everybody said you couldn't measure corruption. In fact, they did that, and that's been very influential in trying to increase transparency and stamp out corruption around the world. So we developed an annual survey covering all national parliamentary and presidential elections. We started it in mid-2012 in all the countries with a certain population, leaving out some microstates where it's difficult to get information. We currently have a database with about 10,000 experts who have been identified and verified. I'll talk about how in a minute. And the latest version of this, PEI 8, has assessments from 4,500 experts total, 480 elections worldwide, and 169 countries. Not every country, but most of the countries worldwide. And it goes annually, 2012 to 2021. And we publish annual reports. An example is here by Holly Garnett, Toby James, and Madison McGregor. But we also do sub-national surveys, for example, of Russia, India, and the United States. And all the data is available for secondary analysis at Dataverse. These are the sort of questions we ask. We have almost 50 questions. We ask our experts some basic ways in which the election worked a month after each national contest. So, for example, on election laws, we asked them 3 items. Were election laws unfair to smaller parties? Did they favour the governing party? Did they restrict citizens' rights? And you can see we have a similar range of items on each of the different parts of the overall electoral cycle, say on procedures, boundaries, and so on and so forth. And the items are designed to be both positive and negative, so that we get a balance. People can't just tick straight down the road, straight down the line. And we basically can create an overall scale by adding it all together. Our experts are political scientists or other social scientists, and we check that they have written about or have demonstrated knowledge of the electoral process. And this can be through membership of a research group, existing publications, university employments. We try to have a mix, about half and half for international and domestic, and the response rate overall is about 30%, which is quite common for expert surveys. Is the data reliable? Well, here what you can see is the data that we've generated. Electoral integrity is on the vertical axis, and going across the bottom is a separate measure, which is done by the Variety of Democracy projects at the University of Gothenburg, and they have a clean elections index. Now, you shouldn't expect it to be identical. We're measuring different things. We have different periods and a variety of other methodological issues. But you can also see there's a strong correlation between the PEI, Electoral Integrity Index, which is a 100-point index, low in places like Azerbaijan, Chad, Venezuela, Congo, high in Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Cyprus, and so on, and the evaluations of the VDEM index. So it has some external validity in the sense that we're both coming to the same broad agreements. And it also has internal validity because we ask our experts a variety of characteristics. For example, in America, we ask about party identification, along with their age, their race, their gender, their values, and so on. And then we say, does that actually predict the evaluations of US electoral integrity? When we do a simple regression model, do these factors stand out? And as you can see from the last column, most of these are insignificant. So it doesn't really matter, surprisingly, whether people are left or right, or how familiar they are with an election and so on. The only indicator that comes out as significant is race, which isn't surprising given it's such a fundamental cleavage in American politics, but nevertheless, it again indicates that experts seem to have a consensus both internationally and then in our sample. Okay, let's look at the global comparisons. Let's look at the results. And firstly, let's look at it by world region. How does America compare? These are the 100-point electoral integrity index when you add up all of those 50 items together, and we've divided it up by basic global region. And immediately you can see that the United States scores, according to experts, in the overall elections 2012 to 2021, 57. How does this compare? Well, clearly in the Americas, Canada, Uruguay, Chile, countries, some of them which are long-standing democracies, some of which are third-wave democracies, Costa Rica, Panama, even Peru score higher than the United States. Now, of course, some places score much worse. Haiti, for example, which lacks any state capacity, Venezuela with Maduro, Paraguay, Guatemala with high levels of corruption and so on. Nevertheless, in the Americas, the United States comes out in the middle. And if we compare it with Europe, immediately you can see that again we have some new democracies, some old democracies there. But essentially, the United States elections, according to the experts, score worse than all of the European countries, including places like Bulgaria, Croatia, and Poland. And again, I won't go into all the detail. The detail is available if you want to look at other regions, Africa, Asia, and so on. But so far it appears the United States is not overall doing that well. Moreover, if we break it down by the type of regime, and we again compare the results, out of all liberal democracies, the United States is almost the worst. And even countries like Ghana, which again have only really been democratic since the 1990s, or countries like Benin, or other countries like Taiwan, overall, we can see that they rank better in terms of their levels of perception of electoral integrity. Now, what does it look like worldwide? This is the overall pattern, and this is from the most recent election, not just the cumulative. And it's the kind of traffic light colours. Green is positive, obviously Scandinavia, much of Europe. The United States, again, is middling. And we can see that many other places around the world are also falling into that categories. And we can see that, again, the United States is not an outstanding leader. And if we look at change, this is from the very first election that we monitored to the most recent election. What you can see is that backsliding, where there's essentially been a negative pattern on electoral integrity, is really very common. There's only a few countries which are green, which have improved the quality of their elections, according to the experts, over time. And in most cases, the elections have got worse, in some cases, a lot worse. If we break it down just for the United States, however, we've now monitored a series of elections, 2012 to 2020, using the expert survey. And this is based on the United States only. And what's striking is that the quality of the election, according to the experts, goes up very little. There is an improvement in 2018, according to the experts, but the pattern in 2020, overall, across all of the electoral cycle, is very similar to what it was in 2012. Despite all the challenges we're familiar with, despite all the controversies about American elections, according to how experts rate the election, it's actually been fairly flat, with the exception of an improvement in 2018. If we break it down further, however, the devil is in the detail, and immediately you can see when you look at the results section, which is, in other words, the declaration of results towards the end, how much are there protests, how much is there controversy, how much is there any issues of challenges, immediately you see that goes down a lot, from 2012 to 2020, and of course, that's also being influenced by the run-up to the challenges of January the 6th. And the sharp decline from 2018 to 2020 is really quite remarkable. Just quickly, can we also do this by state in the United States? And we do. So this shows you the same methods, but instead of asking it about different countries, it's a special survey that we did in 2020 amongst 800 experts, just to look at how the United States varied from Alabama through to Wyoming, across each of the different dimensions. And these again are color-coded. So what comes out as positive, according to the experts? Well, electoral procedures index, for example, the voting process, the vote count comes out as pretty good. It's green in most cases, not in everyone. And the role of electoral authorities. What comes out as problematic? Election laws, district boundaries and gerrymandering, and the middle issue of media and campaign funding. And you can rank all the states on this. So you can see the overall PEI index in the left column, and you can see that most of them do tolerably well, but nevertheless, there are variations which are quite substantial between those which have the highest ranking, Oregon, for example, Vermont, Washington, and those which are lower in the overall rating of the 100-point index. And we can look at changes by state, and this looks at the PEI election rating from poor to good on the on the vertical axis, and then the election rating when people are asked to give a summary for the quality of the election in their state. And we can see the changes here from 2016 to 2020. And in particular, certain states have really dropped behind. Georgia, Texas, Wisconsin, Alabama, Indiana, Florida, Arkansas. And you can immediately see which party won those particular states and how we can think about the problems which are there. By contrast, of course, we also have some states which experts regard as being very positive, moving up over time, although by and large, the 2020 ratings are worse than the 2016. They mostly fall below the overall line. What were the problems? Well, the problems in how experts saw the quality of the elections from 2016 to 2020, acceptance of the integrity of the elections by all parties, that's hardly a surprise, given the controversies and electoral denialism. Public trust and confidence in the election, threats of violence during the election, the major red flag, which I'm concerned about and which keeps me up at night, in terms of the 2022 elections, legal disputes, public protests, contention. By contrast, some items come out more positive. For example, the convenience of advanced voting facilities, contingency plans for emergency conditions, and the difficulties of casting a ballot. But by and large, more issues have got worse, as you can see, than have got better. So the last two things, public confidence, not surprising. This is an indication of how the public feels in a wide range of different societies about their own elections, and that's their confidence in the quality of their national elections, which is across the bottom. And then on the quality that actually works from VDEM is on the vertical axis. And what can you see? We have also, by the way, I should just add, open societies, which are in green, and closed societies, which are in red. The public overall is able to make a fairly accurate assessment of the quality and trust that they should place in their elections according to the Variety of Democracy Index. In other words, in Canada and Australia, for example, in Japan and Cyprus, and to some extent in the United States, the public gives a fairly positive support. They express trust in their elections. And in contrast, in places like Tunisia, Mexico, Guatemala, and of course the election we've just had in Peru and in Brazil, excuse me, the public places less confidence. In the countries which are closed societies, however, we see the contrary pattern. In other words, the more closed the society, the less information there is, the more people trust the elections. So the trust is highest in places like Myanmar, which is governed by a military junta, Indonesia, which has had fundamental problems of corruption, Iran, Tajikistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, China. So what that emphasizes is that confidence in elections in open societies is a fairly good indicator of how the quality of the election is, but not in closed societies where there's not much information. So to conclude, I'm sorry, Chad, if I'm going on for too long, this is the summary. Most federal elections have a good, effective EMB, and they do serve critical functions. If you look, for example, at Elections Canada, or you look at the way that elections are run in Australia, or you look at the way they're run in Germany, each of these are federal countries, but they all have a central EMB. And it really is important if you want to know how to improve technical training and give advice, if you want to share best practices, if you want to recommend structural reforms to the legislature, if you want to adjudicate problems after the election, if you want to monitor how states and local authorities do, then a federal government can play a fundamental role through the EMB at arm's length or through even a government department. But the US in the federal agencies is exceptionally weak, and I'd argue has got weaker over time, whether it's in control of funding, or whether it's in technical assistance, or whether it's in the standards which are there, for example, in terms of civil rights. We can use these indicators to monitor reliably scientific evidence through expert and mass surveys. We now have a number of alternative cross-national and time series data sets. And the experts basically say that long before 2016, and Donald Trump came down the golden staircase, and we had such tremendous controversy about American elections, there were signs earlier that American elections had certain weaknesses. The decentralization, the partisanship, and I'd argue that the lack of a federal role are all creating weaknesses. And what we can see most recently is that these weaknesses have been exacerbated through the challenges of contentious politics and the rise of authoritarianism and authoritarian populism. But the signs of electoral backsliding are not just in America, they're also evident worldwide, according to our evidence. And we need to evaluate this every election. And this is how we can get out of our trap of simply thinking of it in terms of the media definition of the problems, to really think more systematically about the performance of state elections with independent evidence of how the quality of the elections compares from one place to another. If you want more information, we have a number of reports and books, which I won't go into, but the data is available, and I really look forward to hearing everybody on the panel and seeing alternative contributions on this critical topic. Thank you very much.
I think I do have some slides that'll come up, but I will get started. And you can all wave to me when it's up there. I'll just a quick note on my organization and the organization where Chad works, in case it's not a known commodity here. But our remit as an international NGO does not actually include the U.S., but we appreciate opportunities to look closer to home using the lens we use abroad. So, like Chad mentioned, when I heard the phrase electoral adequacy, I was a little bit puzzled. It's not a phrase that I've ever heard used before, at least in my line of work. But I can see that it's not without its practical advantages. So at IFAS, we tend to focus on electoral integrity, like Pippa was talking about as well, with an understanding that the concept is complex and imperfect. But what we are talking about when we use it is generally that an election has comprehensive, fair and practicable legal frameworks, transparent and professional election administration, sound operations and accurate results, accessible and fair electoral justice, dispute resolution mechanisms, inclusive and wide-ranging voter participation, and professional and impartial media reporting. And if you take a block out of that Jenga tower, it might not fall down, but we can't say that it really has full structural integrity anymore. So obviously using this kind of bar, this electoral integrity bar, rather than maybe adequacy, means that our assessments on election integrity can be rather grim, and I'm obviously in good company here on that note. And it's very likely they would be if we were to use them in the US as well. So I wanted to talk for a moment about our flagship assessment methodology that we use around the world. It focuses on vulnerabilities to election fraud, to systemic manipulation, and malpractice. Fraud has always gotten the most focus for good reason. I think among contemporary democracies, we can agree that it provides some common ground, transcends culture, geography, religion, but it's often used without nuance. So we distinguish fraud, a kind of deliberate wrongdoing, from simple malpractice, and from systemic manipulation, which basically involves making bad behavior legal, taking purposeful advantage of regulatory gaps, and making structural changes to the election process that distort the playing field. So we look at 18 areas, 18 categories of the election process, and we look at the extent to which these areas comply with internationally recognized principles, obligations, good practices. We look at vulnerability, and we have a sort of scoring system that we use for vulnerability of a particular component to fraud or to systemic manipulation. We look at impact on election integrity. I won't go into it deeply, but this is the type of slide we include in our reports. It helps to highlight the sort of areas of the election process that are at greatest risk, that have big vulnerability and big potential impact on the electoral integrity, or in the integrity of elections. So what these assessments do, and they tend to be sort of book length, is they expose gaps that increase the potential for deliberate wrongdoing, while also revealing problems that just stem from administrative or resource issues and require a very different kind of response. And this nuance allows us to give recommendations when we're working in different countries that target specific vulnerabilities, specific stakeholders, and their root causes. So again, we focus on vulnerabilities. It paints a really dire portrait. But the U.S. is often excluded. I mean, this is the basis for this panel, right, that the U.S. is often excluded from comparative reference or comparative analysis. But we think the EIA would be fit for purpose at the state level to provide that deep dive, and that it would reveal alarming inadequacies, to use the term. So one of the things in this kind of research effort we undertook was actually after the 2016 elections. We were thinking about how we often find that election practitioners, and I'm not really talking about this room, but people serving on election boards or secretaries of state seem to accept, at least they used to, as normal or even beneficial what international experts working in other countries would consider to be glaring deficiencies. So a kind of American exceptionalism. So to explore this hypothesis a little bit more rigorously, we conducted an online survey, the series of factual statements, as objective as we could get them, about the US election process, and asked respondents whether the scenario had a positive or negative impact on the credibility of elections in the US. This is a sample scenario. So we had two target audiences for the survey. We looked for international election experts with comparative experience but limited knowledge of the US. And then election practitioners in the US, as I mentioned, secretaries of state, election directors, others on election boards. And we complemented this survey data in a paper we wrote with a kind of light review taking on how we might do an election integrity assessment. It was fairly preliminary and fairly illustrative, but I think it gives you a sense of it. So we focused in that study on three categories: electoral system and delimitation, we have them sort of grouped together, voter registration, and institutional framework. So how did we choose these categories? One of our important sources was the PEI that Pippa was just discussing, election observation reports, and discussions with US election experts. So of course, these were not the bright spots, these were the most significant areas of concern. And I don't need to mention it because Pippa just went through it. You know, when the update has been done on the PEI, it still showed, you know, these areas as important areas of concern. So for this discussion, I'm just going to quickly focus on two of those categories to give a sense of how you could evaluate the US using these metrics. So the first was electoral system and constituency delimitation. So we start with a very basic sense of what are the international principles. You know, the electoral system needs to define the rules of the game for political competition, translate votes cast into seats, and while there's, in this case, no clear consensus on what type of electoral system is the best, there is an increasing and clear emphasis on representation and inclusion, which can mean different things in different places. But our key findings in the US, partisan districting of state legislative districts was the most serious vulnerability to systemic manipulation. And this was echoed in the Electoral Integrity Project, PEI, which focused on gerrymandering. To break up my discussion in the slides, I included, this is a graphic or a still shot from a whiteboard that we developed for our US election program that we run, and we did it virtually in 2020, where we bring together election managers from election management bodies from around the world. And how do you explain the US elections in a way that is understandable? And so you can see these on YouTube, but this was the one that was about gerrymandering and explaining gerrymandering in all of its pieces. So there you have that. But the significant malapportionment, as Chad mentioned, of single-member district sizes between states, clear violation of international standards, that's shocking to people. We regularly, in our assessments, we regularly cite malapportionment of single-member districts as a vulnerability in our assessments. And so when it came down to our actual survey findings, we did find that while the international survey respondents mostly viewed the disparity in district sizes between states as having a somewhat or very negative impact on the US election process, the practitioners from the US viewed it as having a fairly neutral impact on credibility. This is our electoral college whiteboard. Key integrity vulnerabilities related to elections for the executive were also systemic manipulation, the ability to lose the popular vote and be elected president is a structural feature of the American electoral system that contravenes the principles we hold fairly dear when we work in the rest of the world. So the other category was EMB institutional framework. And as Pippa mentioned, we generally look for a national EMB. There's all kinds of features and characteristics that we find to be beneficial. They take on a variety of institutional structures around the world. We do look to the Venice Commission, for example, that states or outlines that the body should be impartial and enjoy functional independence from the government. Key findings, not surprisingly, the absence of a federal EMB, the administration of elections for federal offices entirely by the states with minimal guidance at the federal level is highly unusual from an international perspective. Looking back at our survey results, while a vast majority of international experts found the practice to have a very or somewhat negative impact on electoral credibility, it was sort of reversed with the US practitioners. The majority found that it had a very or somewhat positive impact. So, the partisan administration of elections in the U.S., including that a chief election official can administer an election in which he is also a candidate, runs counter to international good practice, and again, more vulnerabilities to systemic manipulation. In addition to partisan influence, the decentralization of election administration in the U.S. creates all kinds of vulnerabilities that we were parsing in the first panel that I don't need to mention again. But back to our survey, a majority of U.S. election practitioners found that this practice had a neutral impact on credibility, but once again, the vast majority of international experts felt that it had a very negative or somewhat negative impact on the credibility. So when we did this study back in, it was around 2017, 2018, we proposed that the U.S. needed to wake up to the idea that the electoral system and process writ broadly was deeply flawed and needed reform. I fear there could be a little bit of an overcorrection here. Trust has plummeted in the election process, but for the wrong reasons. Obviously, we saw that in the 2020 elections, instead of trying to address these very clear vulnerabilities to improve the process, political actors instead chose to, sort of make up narratives, baseless narratives, to further undermine it. So I think the question is, can this deepening distrust be redirected to help reform the system? I think, we haven't obviously done this type of analysis at the state level. I think there'd be lots of good material to work with, and it would be interesting. In particular, I really think it's crucial, as we've found it is in other countries, to understand the difference between malpractice, things like poor administration, fraud, stealing an election by stuffing a ballot box, and systemic manipulation. And I think the latter, that's the sort of ground, should be the source of our deepest concern, right? You can steal an election well before Election Day. So just a final note, another uplifting piece by Rachel Kleinfeld at the Carnegie Endowment highlighted how most democratic failure globally has been caused by elected governments using legal methods, gerrymandering, technical rule changes to derail democracy, supported by pluralities or majorities of their citizenry. She states, America is on precisely this path, and the community supporting U.S. democracy needs a better strategy. So thank you very much for your time. I'm going to leave you with that. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I'm going to stand over here because unlike the other speakers, I do not have the talent of reading my PowerPoint while my back is to it. And I'm going to stand over here because I think it allows me to see the screen and maybe talk to everyone, face everyone at the same time. So a couple of things. First, I'm going to bring the discussion much more emphatically back to federalism. And secondly, I need to apologize in advance because I'm going to have to go fast through some very basic stuff, but I don't think it'll be, the stuff I go fast through is going to be controversial. So the title is a bit of a provocation. Is Arizona a liberal democracy? So I want to start by talking just about subnational variation in federal states pretty quickly. So federalism is clearly a system that contemplates some kinds of subnational variation. In fact, it's a system that is said to be designed to handle it, but typically we think of it as ethnic, linguistic, religious, cultural kinds of variation. And that's certainly what we see in federal states like Quebec and like Canada and Switzerland and Spain. But generally, we don't think of federalism as embracing the idea of political variation among subnational units, that is, variation in the basic form of political organization. Virtually all federations, all true federations, maybe all, I want to say, are liberal democracies, and that's really true all the way down. On the other hand, a fairly recent body of really interesting research has shown that in states that are transitioning from authoritarianism to liberal democracy, it is possible for certain subnational units to remain stuck in a sort of authoritarian kind of condition. This is Ed Gibson's work mainly. So you see that in provinces in Mexico, a couple in Argentina and Brazil. According to Gibson and Robert Mickey, who's also done good work in this area, the U.S. South before 1965 and maybe even longer could also accurately be described as an enclave of authoritarianism in a liberal democratizing state. Okay, that's point one, a quick point one. Quick point two, the global crisis of liberal democracy. I don't think any of this is going to be controversial. We know there's been a global turn to authoritarianism, even in some surprising places like 2 members of the European Union. And in addition, there's been democratic backsliding in what everybody thinks of as long-standing, stable democracies, either through the rise of a now powerful populist party or through actual participation in coalition government. This includes the United States at the national level, certainly during the period 2016 to 2020. I don't think any of that is controversial. One last point about democratic backsliding. How does it occur? Well, the old way is through a coup d'etat, tanks in the street, or through massive, quite naked, undisguised electoral fraud. The new way is a method of incrementalism. So here, an authoritarian-leaning party or leader acquires power quite legitimately using the democratic system, and then once in power, pulls up the ladder so that it can't be dislodged. That's to me sort of the essence of what authoritarianism involves. All right, so are we seeing in the United States, a federal state, a growing heterogeneity of basic political organization at the subnational level? That's the question that I actually want to address. So first of all, what would count as evidence? Well, if we look abroad to see how this has worked in other countries, there are basically 2 places to look for evidence of democratic backsliding. One is in the formal constitution. I'm going to call this the Hungarian model. Here you would see amendment or even outright replacement of a constitution in a way that alters arrangements, typically centralizes executive power, eliminates checks and balances, and suppresses effective partisan political competition. There's another model, though. So sometimes these developments actually occur, but they occur outside the formal constitution, even in direct violation of the constitution. So I'll call this the Polish model. And it's well known that constitutions in authoritarian states can be fake and not to be taken seriously. So the relevant developments may occur in extra-constitutional policy decisions or in informal ways of using power. So these are the 2 things you can be looking for. And this is a difference that tracks what legal scholars often call the difference between large C and small c constitutions. The large C document is the formal document. The small c constitution is the network of informal norms on which it rests. And certainly during the Trump years, everyone in America got a lesson in the way that the formal constitution depends upon a whole network of democratic norms. All right, so to look for evidence of democratic backsliding, I'm going to rely as my metric, my measuring stick here, on something that a lot of people have called the authoritarian's playbook. So democratic backsliding has become so common around the world that comparativists have actually been able to put together these sort of playbooks synthesizing the patterns. The one I'm going to use is the one I like best, which is Larry Diamond's, because it's quite comprehensive. So here's his 12-step authoritarian playbook. Demonize the opposition, undermine judicial independence, attack the media, gain control of public broadcasting and the internet, subdue civil society like civic associations and universities and NGOs, intimidate the business community into ending financial support for political opposition, enrich a new class of crony capitalists to create loyalists in the civil society, assert political control over the civil service, gerrymander districts, rig the rules, gain control over the body that runs elections, and then rinse and repeat. All right, so these are the criteria that I'm looking for. If we look at the large C constitutions of the American states, you're really not going to find anything that resembles this. No state constitutions have been recently replaced. The last state constitution that was replaced was Rhode Island's in 1986, and there hasn't even been a state constitutional convention called since then. There have been no recent amendments that concentrate executive power. Actually, they tend to go in the other direction, empowering the legislature. There are no recent judicial decisions interpreting existing provisions more favorably to the governor. That, too, tends to go slightly in the other direction, favoring the legislature. There are no charismatic populists leading a state. There is no Hugo Chavez, Juan Perón, or even a Huey Long or a George Wallace leading a state. Governors tend to be technocratic, bland personalities. On the other hand, when you're looking for this kind of stuff, it can be a little more complicated by the fact that governors under state constitutions already tend to be very powerful. Why? They deal with a part-time or amateur legislature. They tend to dominate the budgetary process. They have I think every governor now has a line item veto. And it's interesting, some of the most powerful governors in an index that Tad Bile put together year after year for decades are in politically liberal states like New York or California. So the large C constitutions do not provide much evidence of democratic backsliding at the subnational level. On the other hand, if you look at the small C constitutions of the states, you see a ton of activity. And here I'm going to go fairly quickly because I think some of this will be quite familiar to you. So, using Diamond's authoritarian's playbook, so demonize the opposition. This means to me the denial of the political legitimacy of the opposition. We've certainly seen that in Wisconsin, Michigan, and North Carolina, where lame duck Republican legislatures enacted legislation stripping incoming governors of power just because they were Democrats. Undermining judicial independence, yeah, we see a fair amount of this. Court packing in Arizona and Georgia. Punishing judges for unpopular decisions, punishing them electorally, as in Iowa, for example, where 3 justices were voted out of office for their abortion ruling, threatening impeachment, following the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's invalidation of the state gerrymander. 3 of the Democratic justices on the court were threatened with impeachment. Okay. What about subduing civil society institutions? Well, an important liberal institution is universities, and there's been fairly significant attacks on universities in several states. So in the form of crippling budget cuts. This trend started beginning with the recession, but in these states it continued well after. I believe in Arizona, the budget of state universities was cut 55% between 2008 and 2018. And in Florida, just to make sure that the budget cuts stuck, the Florida legislature eliminated the state Board of Education, of Higher Education's ability to raise funds from non-state sources. Attacks on economically powerful supporters of the opposition. So in Russia, this means attacks on rich oligarchs by the Putin regime. In the United States, it tends to mean Republican states attacking labor unions, which are an economically powerful supporter of the Democrats. Right-to-work laws, this has been going on for a long time. New restrictions in Wisconsin and Mississippi on local governments bidding out contracts with a union membership requirement. Attacks on the independence of the, I'm just going down Diamond's list now, attacks on the independence of the civil service. Yeah, Arizona is on the cutting edge here, which essentially eliminated civil service protection for state employees, deprofessionalizing it and making civil servants dependent upon the favor of their employer. Weakening of public sector unions. Yeah, Wisconsin has been a leader here. Let's see. Okay, now, manipulation of electoral rules and processes. This is actually where most of the action has been. Proof of citizenship to register. Yeah, we see that. Registration purges in Kansas and Ohio. Onerous legal restrictions on registration drives in more states. tightening of voter ID requirements, repeal of voter convenience measures, and then I can't not mention Florida's, the legislature's subversion of the initiative to restore voting rights to felons. What about gaining control of the body that runs elections? In most states, that is the state legislature. So gerrymandering is the way you gain control of that. It's a highly successful program in 2010 run by the Republicans focusing on battleground states that did exactly that. I mean, here are some of the figures. In 2012, Republicans got 72% of the House seats on 49% of the votes, and it goes on and on. Let's not forget mid-decade redistricting, opportunistically when that's possible, so that's also gaining control of the body that runs elections. All right, so here's my summary. The leaders, according to this metric, the leaders in Democratic backsliding are Wisconsin and North Carolina. That won't surprise anyone. Not far behind Arizona, Florida, Kansas, and Texas. Okay, so what can we conclude from that? I would conclude the following. First of all, there's nothing happening in the United States that's anything like what's happening in the worst countries abroad, where the Democratic backsliding is the worst. So that's the good news. I didn't think I would be up here giving any good news, but because that's not what I do. But some states have traveled some distance down the road to populist authoritarianism. Arizona happens to be one of them, though it has not gone very far by global standards, and perhaps could still reverse course. Thank you.
So I want to add 2 points to Chad's introduction. It explains maybe why I'm here. First, I've been teaching for the last couple of years at Arizona State University's campus in Washington, a course on comparative election law. And it was good to have the opportunity to come visit the mothership, as it may be, here in Phoenix. And second, about 5 years ago, several colleagues and I who had been working on elections overseas decided to set up an organization which we called Election Reformers Network, which was designed to bring some of the lessons from our experiences overseas back to the United States and just introduce them into the popular discourse. One of the key ones that we've done has already been talked about, has been this issue of nonpartisan election administration, and I'll come back to that a bit in my closing remarks. Since I'm the last one on this panel, I'll refer a couple of times to some of the comments that my colleagues have made, and also to some of the comments that have been made in the earlier panels, and hopefully tee some issues up, if not for conversation here, then for those who are going to be part of the dinner this evening, we can talk further about them. So I'll divide my comments into 3 sections, and I should say I don't have a PowerPoint, and I'm glad I don't have a PowerPoint, because the quality of the PowerPoints that were up there were much better than anything I could have produced in terms of graphics and the like, and so probably the better choice not to have one. So I want to talk a little bit about the terminology we use in the context of assessing elections. Distinguish between the role that I've often played as an international observer who is assessing an election and that played by those who are constitutionally mandated to be responsible for resolving election disputes, and then talk about a couple of specific cases and then come back to the United States. So let me start with the terminology. And again, I too was struck by the use of the term electoral adequacy. We started out in the international conventions of the Universal Declaration and then the various covenants using terms like periodic and genuine elections and then referencing the importance of a secret ballot. For a period, we went through just referring to the colloquial phrase free and fair elections. A colleague of mine wrote a book in 2004 saying we need to think about beyond a free and fair elections. And I'll get into a little bit of what that has turned into. But from an international observer perspective, we've often used terms like an outcome that reflects the will of the people, Of course, how do you decide that if you're sitting there as an international observer trying to make those decisions? A process that is consistent with international standards. What are those international standards? And then, assuming you can get agreement on them, what is considered a passing grade or electoral adequacy in the context of this panel. We've also talked about imperfections in the electoral process that actually resulted in the thwarting of the will of the people. But again, the questions of what evidence you're looking at becomes a big question in these international observer contexts. And then I'll just note one of my favorites. I was part of this delegation. In fact, I was the person on the ground in Zimbabwe in 2018 for the International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute. And, quote, this is our conclusion, we note several improvements to the electoral process compared to Zimbabwe's past elections. Though equally important, shortcomings give rise to deep concerns that the process did not make the mark. Incremental improvements in the electoral environment during the pre-election period were insufficient to establish broad confidence among the political competitors and Zimbabwe's sharply divided populace. And the reality of this, it had no effect in Zimbabwe itself, but in terms of the international community, it was quite influential, particularly for countries that have imposed some forms of sanctions on Zimbabwe and had set election quality and improvements in the election process as the basis for revisiting those sanctions. So my contention is that the search for a shorthand terminology reflects a more conceptual debate among both international observers and academics. And the divergence relates to, what is the purpose of considering these assessments? So in some instances, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in a second, it's to resolve a concrete election dispute and to determine the election winner or to determine whether the election should be deemed invalid. In other instances, the goal is to identify weaknesses in the election system and to promote improvements. And then third, and this goes to the excellent work that Pippa Norris was talking about, the assessment actually contributes to the ability to provide a comparative ranking of countries or states and their compliance with international standards and assumed best practices. So how does this play out in practice? And we've heard several examples. Pippa mentioned 11 criteria that she uses. I think Erica mentioned 18 criteria that IFAS uses. NDI, where I used to work, has a publication that has 16 factors. The Carter Center has 10 factors. They all draw from the same international documents. You can parse the distinctions between them. But the bigger question is, so what do you do? I mean, they're helpful if you're going in there to provide technical assistance and help guide the reform process. But what do they help in terms of assessing an election process in terms of, was it free and fair? Did it comply with international standards? How many bad marks do you need to fall below the mark, and how many good marks do you need to qualify? And it's worth noting that this is a big difference between how what I call the constitutionally mandated institution for resolving disputes view these issues, which is a much more simplistic and I would say minimalist formulation, which generally runs around two big questions. Did the voters, the citizenry, those who are eligible to vote, have an opportunity to cast their vote freely? Usually the secret ballot is viewed as the condition there. And is there evidence of manipulation of the vote count? And if those two things cannot be proven, then there's very little basis for this constitutionally mandated institution for invalidating an election. There's one wrinkle that I want to mention which relates a little bit to the discussions that we've been having, which is often the question is, with respect to these constitutionally mandated institutions, are they really independent? And when you get into some of the issues that Jim was raising about authoritarianism. It's not only the election commission, but it's the courts too. And are the people who are responsible for resolving election disputes going to have the trust, the confidence of the population to be viewed as definitive with respect to these issues? So that becomes, a question. And oftentimes, as an international observer, we look at, is this a independent entity that's making these decisions? And so I'll just give 3 quick examples and then make a closing remark. So I mentioned that I was in Zimbabwe in 2018, and there we had a case where the elections were disputed, and the court, which was not viewed as independent by those who were bringing the case, but they felt obliged to use the constitutionally mandated processes, the court basically said that you hadn't proven your case. You hadn't produced sufficient evidence to show that the vote count had been manipulated. And because you hadn't met your burden, therefore the election complaint was dismissed. A contrast is Kenya, and here we have 2 interesting examples, one in 2017 and one in a couple of months ago in 2022. The first case, the Kenya court, to the surprise of many, including international observers, who had initially given the Kenya election, in a sense, a good bill of health, concluded that there were technical violations of the Constitution, and once you find those technical violations, you automatically have to invalidate the election and require a rerun. By contrast, in 2022, where there was an obvious issue that could have led to the court to come to a similar conclusion, which was that the election results announced by the chairman of the Independent Election Commission was not supported by a majority of his fellow members of the Election Commission, the court nonetheless decided that this election met muster and dismissed the complaints. And again, to the surprise of many, the process resulted in a peaceful transfer of power and is now a good example of how a court can gain the trust of the population in that situation. So let me just close with reference to the United States and some of the issues that we've been discussing here. So first, in terms of the calls that organizations like the Election Reformers Network have been making for nonpartisan election administration, I think we need to distinguish, and I don't know if Rick will disagree or agree, between the having a federal body that's responsible for that, which might be the gold standard, and at least at the current time, focusing on election management bodies that are nonpartisan at the state level, which is responsible for administering our elections today, and will continue to be for the foreseeable future. So my focus is on, what can be done at the state level. There too, I'm not optimistic about having these nonpartisan election administration bodies installed in the next 5 years, 10 years. But I do think we should focus, and a couple of the speakers have already referenced this, to smaller things that we can do, such as requiring adherence to conflict, or even establishing conflict of interest rules that would govern the role of the chief election officer and others who are in positions of leadership for election administration, and maybe more boldly setting some qualifications for election administrators, having some process like we do with judges of, do they meet the muster? Do they have the basic levels of expertise that one would want in a election administrator who's responsible ultimately for the decisions about how an election is going to be administered, and in some cases for, at least initially, resolving the questions on who won or lost the election. The final point that I want to make is we keep talking, and I struggle with this, is, so how do we find these people? Who are these people who are going to be independent election administrators and are going to have the trust of the population? What are the qualifications for it? That they never, ever participated in an election, that they never, ever were affiliated with a political party? What is it that we're looking for? And again, here I think our model is, what we expect of judges, but we need to remind ourselves that the United States is not only the only country that does not have a independent election administration, but we're also a country that in many states we actually elect judges, sometimes on a nonpartisan basis, but in some places on a partisan basis. And I think we need to, understand the implications of that, particularly as we're focusing, many of us, on the federal judiciary and simply, looking at who is the president who appointed X judge or X justice, and that somehow suggesting that we know the outcome of their decisions in a particular case. So I think we can learn a lot from the judicial selection process as it relates to trying to create this idea of a independent election administration, but we also need to appreciate how this has worked in the United States over the past centuries. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We don't have a lot of time left, so yes. Okay, just go right to a question.
Are you open to questions?
Yes.
Would you want to say something?
Well, I was.
Because I don't want to interrupt you.
No, we definitely don't have a lot of time, so let's just start with questions. That's fine.
First, a comment to Larry's last point about electing judges. Everyone poo-poos electing judges, but in fact, that system of judicial selection was intended to provide judges with greater independence from legislatures, and that may be something that we're actually looking for here. So I don't think that's, I think there's lots of nuance there. Secondly, I wanted to ask the members of the panel, this is for Rick's sake, for his next paper, where he's going to be arguing in favor of a centralized management body, and it seems to me then he would, or electoral management body, it seems to me that he would need research demonstrating that a very rigorous regression analysis showing that the greater the centralization of the electoral management body, the greater the electoral integrity, controlling for other factors. And so the question for Pippa and for everyone else on the panel is that research there? Has it been replicated? And then finally for Pippa, one quick question. She's getting the book. Good, that's great. Great. For her cycle of the electoral process, I didn't see electoral adjudication in there, and I'm wondering why, because that's a very, very critical issue in so many democracies. So I'll stop there.
Sure, if I'd like to contribute. On the last thing, the issue of electoral disputes is vital, and the idea that we should have somebody to informally bring together the different parties before we go to a formal court is often absolutely critical, particularly in a country of post-conflict where we're emerging in a peace process, and you want people to talk to each other. It's rather like divorce. You want informal mediations before you have formal. So it's part of that final stage of trying to make sure there's not contestation about the results, or to manage that anyway. In terms of centralization, it's complicated, it really is. Electoral management bodies, the best work, if you're interested in this, is International IDEA, who've done a really good classification worldwide of many different dimensions. But even when we talk about things like an independent EMB, what does that mean? Does it mean they have their own budget? Does it mean that they have to make an annual report to Parliament? Does it mean that there's a process of appointment, which is through a public adjudication or other methods? What are their powers in office? How long do they serve, etc., etc.? So it really is not a simple matter of either you're a governmental official or you're an independent EMB. The devil is in the detail. And I think we need that conversation in America to really say, how do we actually process this? And maybe, ideally, what I would do is not start with aggression. I'd start by visiting Canada. I'd start by bringing our Australian colleagues from the AEC. I'd start by bringing in the UK Electoral Commission. And I think IFES, for example, would be a perfect host for that sort of dialogue, to really learn from each other. When I visit those EMBs, they actually do talk to each other very frequently, but it's often behind closed doors. And I think a public discussion, maybe after the 2022 election, would be invaluable to inform everybody about alternative models, they're not all the same, and how they see the role of EMBs and EMB independence.
And to follow up with that, as Erica mentioned, we bring in election management bodies from around the world to observe U.S. elections. We usually do it even every 2 years, but we didn't do it this year, but we'll do it in 2024. And first of all, everybody's completely shocked at what they see, in not a good way. But I do think that could be an opportunity to have more of that dialogue, to have some of those election management bodies from Canada, from the UK and other places to be able to talk about these issues.
I think just one note I would want to add on the question of centralization, and I don't think it, necessarily has this sort of intrinsic value. You have to be centralized for it to be effective. The way I think about it is that there are kind of effects or impacts of having centralization that are different from what we see in the U.S. If you think about one person, one vote, I think arguably you can look at the U.S. system and see the disparities between a voter using a particular system, a particular process in Florida, and a different system and different process in New Jersey. And if you had centralization, or at least some kind of overarching body that provided more guidance or more requirements, more resources, things like that, you might have a different outcome. And then the other piece of it is, I think we focus, at least in our line of work, a little bit less on the centralization, just because it's a matter of course, they're all centralized, and more on independence and autonomy. And we spend lots of time parsing what that means, and lots of people have done that, and there's data out there, and I'd say it's not clear-cut, clearly on the impact of autonomy in different ways of measuring it on the election outcome. So I think that's the other interesting piece of it.
That's great. Just a quick comment first on just citing a recent work that the Election Reformers Network did, was specifically to the point of comparing or trying to educate, inform people about Elections Canada and how they operate as and how it might inform some of our discussions in the United States. And I think that's the big part. At this point, we just need to create more of a discussion about this process. For better or worse, 2022 has led to these issues being not only in the back pages of Rick's books, but now on the front pages of the newspapers about who's running for secretaries of state and the like. And I think that's healthy, and we just need, and this conference is a good opportunity to use those examples more so. And again, just on the point about centralization, I mean, I made it in response to some of the discussion here, but I really do think that, when we talk about centralization in the United States now, we're talking about, as Rick said, about the state level. I mean, that is really where we need to be centralizing. And I think Pippa's listing of the 50 states and ranking of them, helps us also to realize that you can and should be looking at the states as autonomous entities when it comes to election administration, and we're not going to be, doing a federal election process anytime soon.
Just very quickly to follow up with that, I think Canada is very interesting because each province has its own election commission. I just was texting the head of elections Saskatchewan, First Nations issues, and they have very different but centralized election commissions in those provinces. And the Elections Canada only manages federal elections, and they're very simple paper ballot that they use. But I think it's absolutely something we have to look at, is how Canada has done this and the levels of trust. I think one way to look at the question is the level of trust. And I would say that the level of trust in elections in Australia and Canada are much higher than here. Could be a way to look at it, but I'm not a political scientist. So, question, yes?
It's more of a comment, more like marrying this panel to the prior panel, which is on this last point about states. States have their constitutions are much easier to amend. If we're looking to create an independent executive, or one person, or even a body which is more independent of the political process than it can possibly be under the U.S. Constitution now. And because the states have direct democracy, as we've seen with the various a number of redistricting initiatives that you see at the state level. It actually seems to me that an agenda would be to find some states of the 24 states that have direct democracy to actually put together some kind of independent state-level management body which is not either bipartisan or an elected partisan individual, and actually develop a model that does that and see if it gets adopted somewhere. I mean, we have 24 states with direct, it's possible to come out of the state legislature, I doubt it, but there are 24 states with direct democracy. And just as you get in places like California, you got a redistricting initiative that came out of the voters. It just seems to me if we want to test this out, the best way to do it would be for somebody to develop this at a state level with one of the states with direct democracy.
Yes, okay.
Curious, international lessons to be learned. Restoring what's called loser's consent by some folks. You know, the complaint, we was robbed, is natural. You see your candidate beat, you get upset, but then you let it go and you move on and the candidate moves on with life. We're not seeing that here now. There are prominent candidates who are claiming that they were robbed, and they are making a career out of claiming they were robbed. Are there international lessons to kind of curb that? We've got the First Amendment, so these people are free to say whatever they want, but it strikes me as a very corrosive thing, as if somebody can literally make a living for years complaining they were robbed, complaining the system is illegitimate, fundraising off of it, and riling up significant portions of the population.
I'll get everybody else to answer this as well, but I think, you know, Mexico is really interesting. There was zero trust in the electoral process in Mexico, and they did set up institutions that did restore trust. They're being attacked now, but they really did restore trust in the process. But it took extraordinary reform and extraordinary change to do that. One, as I'll go down all the panel can address that in a way. I've always been surprised in my experience how little U.S. experts are very interested in international perspectives. The paper that Erica was talking about, I wanted to call it America's blind spot, because we have all these election administrators who thought some of these things that internationally we see as terrible, they thought were good. And so the question that I have for the panel, and Larry, I'll start with you on election observation. Susan Hyde from Berkeley just did a study about election observation in the United States actually increasing trust. They did surveys, and they have some ideas of how local observation can increase trust in the process. So my question for everybody is, what do you, on this issue of Americans not being that interested in U.S. comparative examples, do you have some experience that you think would be something that would help the discussion to be able to, like we talked about Canada, are there other ways that we could start to get Americans to look at experiences that have increased trust and improved process?
So I think it's a long slog.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're trying to do that a bit with some of the work that we're doing, and just in response to the comment, again, we're a little bit more pessimistic about even the election management body being resonant, but on some of the issues of codes of conduct, conflict of interest, qualifications, we are looking at about half a dozen states where we've gotten some, positive feedback from the, some parts of the legislature, whatever. Also, I mean, how many folks know that U.S. elections are internationally observed? That every 4 years there are, and even every 2 years. I got a call earlier this week, you guys probably got the same, from the OSCE, that they want to meet to discuss the U.S. midterm elections, because they have a delegation here. They produce, very, comprehensive reports, other than a few academics and folks like Chad, Eric, and myself. I don't think anyone really pays much attention to them. So we got a long way to go in that sense. The final thing I'll just say is, and I think I mentioned it to a couple of people earlier, is some of the issues that we do observe overseas that we come back here and say, why isn't that, sort of standard practice here? And again, it's not only not standard practice, but it's not even politically correct to talk about it. So ID laws, I mean, absolutely exist in every country that we work in, and yet here it's become such a polarized issue. Ballot harvesting, again, it's something that we would, basically criticize when we're overseas, and yet here too it's become somewhat of a political football in terms of where you come out and what constitutes ballot harvesting and how you should do it. So there are even some of those examples that we need to appreciate need to be seen through a U.S. filter, and the debate here is going to be different perhaps than it is in other countries.
Well, James, I have a question for you. You said something in your presentation that you weren't seeing this in the federal level. You didn't see as much of the backsliding. It wasn't as bad as you see. I forget the term you used. It's nothing like we're seeing internationally. I don't know. There was I forget the exact term. But do you worry about there being a tipping point? When we talked earlier about there not being any cost to this behavior, as people learn there's not a cost, as a matter of fact, there's a reward to some of this behavior, are you worried that that could change?
I have my own mic. Yes. Yes. That's my nightmare. Okay, so, well, I was too optimistic in my talk. I think we've reached that tipping point. I don't think there's any going back to the kind of liberal democracy we had between the end of World War II and, I don't know, 2016. It's true. It was rotting at the foundations, and we didn't, or not enough people realized that. And the foundation of successful liberal democracy is something that Pippa can't measure, which is a belief in it and desire for it. So, comparatives are fairly united that the most important factor leading to belief in and support for liberal democracy is performative success. And liberal democracies performed highly successfully in prosecuting the Second World War, in the civil rights movement, but they've done a bad job at dealing with the issues of today: climate change, gross inequality. So, unless I'll speak about the United States. Unless the United States, as a liberal democracy, can demonstrate performative success, we will see erosion in belief that that's even a good form of government. And the interesting thing about the Republicans under Mitch McConnell is that they seem to understand this, because their only goal seems to be to deny the federal government any kind of performative success. The thing that worries me is that people will look at that at the federal level and say, this is a type of government that does not perform well, and they will see the only performative success coming out of any aspect of the system is coming out of states that are dominated by one party and are trending illiberal. And that will change public attitudes.
Right, we're almost out of time, so just
There's a question over there.
Well, Pippa, I think, put a slide up. I think he's looking at this issue specifically. Pippa, did you have a response? Oh, I guess not. Well, why don't we go to the question?
Can I ask just a historical question about when the U.S. was a liberal democracy? In the comparative context, I think the data started rather recently in some ways that have been collected as international comparisons. But is there any sense of the moment at which the U.S. was actually... We talked about backsliding, but backsliding from what and over what period? Because if you're starting after the Second World War, we have some enclaves of authoritarianism that are pretty widespread in a lot of different ways. Like, it's beyond the South, as someone speaking from Arizona. So is there a moment where you can say the U.S. had a solid liberal democracy from an international perspective? Or was, yes, I'm going to stop there.
think I'll leave that to, I don't know if Pippa has a response to that.
Chad, I've got a couple of things. One is a slide. I'm doing a new book, actually, which is called The Cultural Roots of Democratic Backsliding. This shows you a summary of net changes in democracy and development during the 21st century, i.e. from 2000 onwards, what's changed. And so you've got countries which have gone backwards, according to VDEM, and countries which have gone forwards. But this is the United States, the green blob here. And essentially, as you can see, it really is a moderate change. There are lots of countries which are much worse than us. Hungary, Poland, Nicaragua, Turkey, Thailand, India, Benin, Brazil, you know that. You know how far they've gone backwards. Contrary, there are countries which have gone forwards in that period as well. Liberia, Lesotho, Malawi, etc. So, varied patterns. The US is backsliding fast, but not as bad as some other countries. That's point one. Can I give you point two? Which is, I wanted to refer back to the comment about losers' consent. And this, for me, is the heart of why Republicans are using malpractices and manipulation of elections, because they have not won the popular vote right the way back in every presidential election since 1988. I mean, that is pretty stunning. If you look at the pattern, this is the percentage, not of the Electoral College, the popular vote. And as you can see, they just are falling behind that 50% mark, which is what you need in America under a two-party system. By contrast, the Democrats haven't done great, but they at least have done better. The only exception is, of course, after 9/11. So we have to have incentives in which both parties feel they have a stake in the system. If one party feels they consistently lose the White House, but they still have enough power to gain gubernatorial seats and to gain states, and thereby change the election, they're going to do that. And to change this system means moving from winner-take-all towards, for me, mixed-member proportional electoral systems, which is a heavy lift. But unless you change that electoral system, in a two-party race, one party is going to say, we always lose, let's not play by the rules of the game. Those incentives are baked in to our current electoral system, and they just have to be changed one way or another. That's my plea.
On your question of liberal democracy, I guess it's how do you define it? I know when I go around the world, people talk about so many issues. Native Americans, you go down a long list. When I definitely, when I'm out and I'm trying to work on this issue, people are very quick and eager to point out the problems with U.S. elections and democracy. But the point, I don't think that makes that it's less valuable. I just think that we are part of the community to talk about it. So I actually use it as, yes, we have lots of problems, but we need to talk about it and work on it. And it actually helps sometimes when you acknowledge that you've got problems and you fix it when you're working internationally. We're out of time, so I want to thank the panel and thank everybody today, and look forward to having the dinner tonight, and thanks.
Thank you, Chad. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the dinner.